easy here. Purchasing firearms is very easy here. No problem.
Well, Eric, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but New Hampshire is not going to be flipped.
They just called it for
on Fox
Harris.
For Harris.
We need to just get rid of New England. You know what? Just let them be their own country. Just
what you're trying to get the Civil War started.
Hell yes. Get rid of throw in California so they can have a coast, a beach to go to, and boom, we're there.
Let's go New York on up. Honestly.
New York, I'll tell you what though. Could you imagine if California flipped?
Ooh, that would be awesome, but it's not going.
I'm interested to see how close he comes. I think you're going to see. I'm interested to see how many votes he gets this year compared to 2020. Because I guarantee you, he's going to increase his vote margin. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he's going to get at least 1.5 million more votes.
Well, he would be on the strategy of Reagan, because that's how Reagan turned California. You got to remember, Reagan became. Why does California elect good Republican governors and then turn around and vote for Democrat presidents? Just doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I just don't understand. I don't even understand how she wins any of these states, period. I mean, what do these people see in Harris? She offers nothing.
I think that, okay, so I think there's a lot of just legacy voters out there. So my buddy, I got to tell you guys a story. You guys might get a kick out of this. My buddy, he's been asking me, have you been voting? Did you go vote? And I told him, yeah, dude, I voted early. I got it out of the way. I traditionally like to vote on the day of, but it was more convenient this year to just do it early, And he says, well, I wanted to vote, but I can't vote because I'm stuck in rehab, right? And I was like, they don't let you leave rehab to go vote? He's like, no, dude, they don't. And I'm like, okay. He says, here's the thing. He says, I could have got an absentee ballot and had it mailed to the house, and I could have did the mail-in ballot. He said, the problem is, if my dad gets a hold of it, he's going to vote for Harris because he's a legacy Democrat voter.
Oh,
right.
Oh, no.
And he said, yeah, he said, so I did not. He said, for me, if that would have went to the House, it would have been a vote for Kamala, and no vote at all is better than a vote for Kamala. And I was like, you know what, dude, I could level with you on that. And good luck in rehab.
Maybe they're in rehab for their political views.
So his father would commit a felony and fill out his ballot for him. That's what.
Oh yeah.
That's what freaking.
Are you kidding?
That drives me crazy.
Unbelievable.
People were asking me, am I going to vote for Ma? Because she's still a registered voter. She just can't vote because she doesn't have the faculties present to be able to select a candidate. And believe me, I asked her. I didn't say, oh, don't you want to vote for Trump?
Well, even Big Sexy, he received his ballot in the mail, and he's not really into the politics. I'm like, are you sure you don't want to vote for Trump? And he's like, nope, I don't want to have anything to do with it.
Well, see, so now you should be.
His ballot and threw it in the mail. Threw it in the trash.
He's your partner. You shouldn't cancel out your vote.
Now, I did hear one story though that this guy's wife, I forget which state it was in, but she called her husband and said, "Have you voted yet for Harris?" And he's like, "Nope." And she said, well, you got 2 hours. You better drive your happy ass over there to vote for Harris, or we're filing for divorce.
Oh.
What do you do as a spouse if you're put in that position? That's what I want to know.
That's spousal abuse.
You just simply say, okay, yeah, I'll go do it. You go to the bar for 2 hours, and then you come home and be like, it's done, and she'll never know the difference.
Well, she'll smell the alcohol, but then you could just use the excuse of, well, I had to throw back a few shots in order to vote for her.
Yeah.
Right. I had to work up the nerve to cast my vote for Harris to save this marriage, sweetheart. By God, I love you.
But does that? But does one, let's say, like, hey, then go ahead and get a damn divorce if you, because I mean, how right of
You
that
know,
their spouse is that, how that's not even right for a spouse.
No.
no,
Give
and it's not
commitment.
too. It really isn't. And if you're putting your spouse in that position, you truly don't love them. But what's really interesting, how you bring up this story, the Harris administration did have a campaign ad running that appealed to women that said he doesn't have to know how you vote.
Yeah.
So
You can make your own choice.
So lie to your husband,
Yes.
right?
So
Yes.
so
Yes.
they were encouraging spouses to lie. They were encouraging the women to lie to their husbands about who they were voting for. What's really interesting this election go around and listening to different talk radio and getting the different ads and things like that was the different campaigning strategies they used this year.
Mhm.
Okay, versus previous presidential elections, and one of the big things was them pushing more of, it's your right to vote and it's actually your choice regardless of what's said, versus you need to just go do this. Like there was a lot of talk I heard about the idea of felons getting the right to vote and people getting out of prison and coming back and getting the right to vote again, which I don't have a problem with a felon voting. That's not something that really bothers me.
Okay.
And there was a point that was made, and I thought that this was a very interesting point, is that when you look at crime statistics, the way the pendulum swings, it is typically the African American community that is steeped in felony convictions. Okay. Especially in your democratic cities. Okay. And they're losing the right to vote, which I thought was really interesting because now you're having all this talk about, because remember how much effort the Democrats would put into the black voters and how important it was for them to get out and vote, and when the propaganda that Biden put out there. And now they're putting this out there to where, not being able to vote because you're a felon is inherently racist. And they did that to keep the black man from voting.
Wow.
So it's very interesting when you start digging into the rhetoric that they're putting out this year. It's kind of mind blowing.
Well,
Yes.
not only that, but I mean, you know how you said that Kamala has that ad out there of telling women to lie to their husbands. I mean,
right?
What does she care about morals? I mean, she was blowing a guy who was married back in the day to get ahead in her career. So
I mean, I'm kind of jealous.
That,
Well,
it wasn't you. A friend of mine who's watching us on Rumble back in San Diego, she texted me some comments. I don't know why she didn't put them in the Rumble chat, but she said back in the day, no one knew who you voted for, and nobody ever asked each other.
And it's not their business.
Right. Well, listen, I remember it was the election. It was one of the Clinton elections, and my mom voted for Clinton, and my dad was pissed, and he started screaming about it. So I remember that, back in the day. But, tell your friend in San Diego she could put her chats out there in the Rumble that her husband will never know.
Yes, don't worry about it. Or your wife, either one. We don't discriminate here.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I thought that was very interesting, though. On the point of what Scooter just said, we don't discriminate here. I thought it was interesting because that only appealed to like the heterosexual community.
Right.
So why would you put an ad out there assuming that all women are married to men?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird how this party will just pull all these different manipulation tactics. When you have the Republican Party out there just saying, "Look, shit sucks. We got to fix it." Like that's all it is. They're fucking up. We'll get it back on track.
Yep.
Right, but keep in mind, Jester, this is a party that is all about democracy. And what better way to show your party, the people of your party, democracy than shove a candidate down their throat without asking if they want them to be their representative for the president of the United States.
So what's hilarious is I get a good bit of contact with foreigners, right? Because I leave the country every year, and my wife is foreign, so her family's foreign and stuff. So I get a lot of contact with foreigners, and when they bring up things that take place in this country, they says, these Democrats, that's not a democracy. They don't know what that is.
Mm-mm.
So why do they call themselves? They don't use democracy. That we don't understand. And they're very confused. So. I don't know. like what's going on here isn't how things work in the rest of the world, and it's clearly apparent around the world too, which is why we are the world stage. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't wait to talk to Ba tomorrow and get his thoughts on everything because that's going to be interesting.
Ram you.
Ba Ram, ooh, yes,
Ooh.
ooh.
You. Yeah, I actually had tips were amazing today doing rideshare. We talked politics. Everyone wanted to make sure that you were voting for Trump, and I have no doubt that Trump's going to take Nevada.
Unless they cheat. I don't know.
Well, okay. So what I was saying on my show this past week was when I went to the polling places, I only saw Trump supporters. I only saw people in Trump T-shirts. I didn't see any bandit signs with Harris or Walt stuff on it. It was everything was painted red.
Yeah.
And when I saw this, I'm like, where the hell are her supporters? And I said then, I said, if she gets the county that I'm in, if that happens, that's a fucking lie. Especially, just having gone through the hurricane here and seeing the amazing government support we got. The citizens in this state are pissed. It's bad, and we're still rebuilding, and we're rebuilding financially out of our own pockets.
Yeah,
is the big issue here, because the one thing that everybody's kind of turning a blind eye to, not that they're not talking about, but they're like, well, we don't know what to do, is that nobody on the top of a mountain has fucking flood insurance. Okay. It's
right.
like, you don't get it. You don't need it. You don't think that's going to happen. So, people that lost everything have no way to recuperate their losses. And the government's just over here like, we don't know what to do. We're too busy helping out other countries and illegals. So you guys will figure it out. You'll get it. You're Americans, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's God. One of the things that will interest me are these exit polls. And why I say that is I'm not necessarily interested in seeing what the black vote is. Obviously, everyone's saying that it needs to be at least 25% for Trump, and it's a slam.
That's kind of racist, though, slightly. You're not interested in the black vote. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm more interested in if Kamala was able to capture the female vote. Because, she's spewing off all these lies, her and her campaign, about how the abortion subject, the topic of abortion, how Trump is the one that took away your abortion rights. Well, nobody's abortion rights were taken away by Trump at all. Number one, the decisions that were made by the Supreme Court, and they didn't take any women's rights away. They just handed them down to the individual states. And so it's one of those things to where you need to participate in your state elections and decide whether your state's going to have allow abortions or not.
Okay, so let me break this down. I've made my stance on abortion very clear over the years. Okay, I'm against it as a form of birth control. Okay, unless it's rape, incest, life-threatening, or serious disease, that's the only way I think it's kosher to get one. All right, it should not be used as a form of birth control. It should not be like, I have my whole life ahead of me and I was fucking around one night at a party. Now I got to raise a kid and that's going to ruin everything. That should not be your reason for abortion. Okay, we have plenty of other contraceptive measures on this planet. The pull-out method has worked for thousands of years. Okay, and we now have great technology. There's dong bags and pills and creams and all these other things you can do. So it's there's no excuse. Okay, but what I'm going to say, and listen, just so you guys are aware, Jester Dooms will never ever get an abortion because I am not a female. Okay, therefore it is not something I feel I should be necessarily voting on. But the fact that the government is manipulating us into thinking that we have to have that on there, that has to be an issue that we're worried about, is the big problem. And then the even bigger problem is the fact that they're trying to put this on a federal level. Okay, that's an even bigger problem here, because abortion is not healthcare. I don't give a shit what anybody says. It is just not.
What is it? Just a medical procedure?
It is a okay, I would consider it a medical procedure, okay? And here's the reality, okay? This is the way I look at it. If you have tonsils and they're not causing you any problem, they're not life-threatening, they're not killing you, they're not bleeding excessively, they leave them in. And it's not a problem, okay? But whenever they become problematic and it's a great health concern, they do remove them. So same thing can be said about abortion. If it is life-threatening to the mother, life-threatening to the fetus, chances of pregnancy coming to full term in both the mother and the fetus surviving, you're talking 10% chance of life for one of them. At that point, I could say, you know what? Okay, odds are not working in your favor. Go ahead and get this done and save a life.
They have that. All 50 states have that.
Right. So why do they make it a federal issue?
Okay, so when you take your child to the doctor and you say, you know what, I had my tonsils out when I was 12, it's time to get his tonsils out, even if nothing is bothering them, if they're not inflamed, you're not having tonsillitis every 5 minutes, and then the doctor says, oh, and by the way, we'll just get rid of those adenoids too, because they can cause problems later, but there's no medical emergency to do it. It's called elective surgery. It's cosmetic in style. That's what's going on. So having an abortion because you went to the bar one night and you said oops and decided to sit on somebody's dick and then he came inside of you and you got pregnant, that's a cosmetic procedure. That's not a medical emergency.
Okay, so I would still consider it medical.
No, it's not.
I don't know. See, now I don't know. Now you're messing with my mind because I think back when I was young and I kept having tonsillitis and they wouldn't take my tonsils out.
I still have my tonsils.
I still have my tonsils.
I have mine. My son does not have his tonsils because the doctor said, you know what, this is going to cause problems later in life, so we need to get rid of those now. And while we're at it, the doctor said, we're going to shave off his adenoids. You know how they get adenoids out of the back of the throat? It's like with a fucking cheese grater.
Ooh.
So it wasn't, and I had to go round and round with my insurance company because it wasn't a medical priority. It wasn't life-threatening. It was elective surgery.
So I'll tell you what. So one surgery I had, okay, so I haven't had a lot of surgeries over the years, but one that I did have is I had a deviated septum, so I got the septoplasty done. Okay. And that was an optional thing. It wasn't life-threatening. It was just making life very shitty.
Right.
Okay. And I ultimately had to pay out of pocket a lot for that procedure, but I'm happy I did because being able to breathe through your nose is fantastic. I forgot what it was like because it was so bad for so long. Now, a surgery I had recently was I got a vasectomy. Okay. Yes, I got the mighty snip. And I'll tell you what,
he's got no balls.
I had to pay so much out of pocket for that, and I don't regret getting the procedure at all. I'm really happy I did because my life of having more children is done. Okay. Yeah. And that is a procedure that I got on myself as a form of birth control.
Elective.
Okay. Elective. But this doesn't involve taking human life.
Nope. You're preventing human life from happening. You can't procreate now, and that's fine.
Okay, so here's like a harsh reality for you guys, okay? If I got a 911 call and someone said there's like this neonate baby in the street wrapped in a towel and it's still alive, but it's not doing well, and it's something that somebody tried to abort. I'd be medically obligated to go work on that aborted child.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So even though that the mother decided to throw it away, we as medical providers have to go through the procedure of trying to save this child's life.
Right.
Okay. Now that's what we would be medically obligated to do.
Okay.
And it's so funny to me that you have that kind of situation where we would have to put the work in and try to save this life, as a mother could just decide to extinguish that life. And then a medical provider could actually be hired and make money off extinguishing that life. Secondly, a mother can abort a fetus without any complication, without any criminal charges. But if you are a man that would kill a woman and she was pregnant, that's double murder.
Right. Double homicide.
Right.
Yep.
Even if you murdered her on her way to the abortion clinic, it's double murder.
Right.
So our lines on this subject are drawn in a very crooked manner. And with that, I don't think this should be a thing that concerns every citizen in this country. I think it should come down to the individual, their doctor, and maybe the state regulations of where they reside. That's it.
You got to include, okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. You got to include, it takes two to make a baby. If pregnancy happened spontaneously, if a woman could get pregnant without a man, without sperm, then you know what? Yeah, go ahead, abort. Just spontaneously abort.
Hold on a second. So on the screen now, I'm seeing 210 to 105. Is that accurate?
I don't see 210.
I'm not seeing 210. Oh, that's Newsmax. I've got the Newsmax feed running. They're calling states. Here, we'll listen in.
Okay.
Up with you as well tomorrow, Betsy. Thanks for joining us this evening.
I'm just hopping around.
Thank you.
I'm going to put CNN up here in a minute if I can ever get them to play.
Someone took a super clip where it was all the clips of the pundits talking about, oh, they're going to destroy democracy, but they replaced the word democracy with bureaucracy. And it makes a lot more sense when you think of it in those terms. All right.
I always love those clips, and you're like, whoever made that, doing a great job. All right, folks, we are in it now, and we are so glad you are with us. We're going to take a very quick break. We're back with much more here on Election Night on N2.
More polls closing at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Montana, Nevada, Utah. We'll bring you those results as soon as we have them. A live look for you here at the Trump Victory Party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Very creative hat.
Oh.
By that Trump supporter right there.
Could go for some French fries about right now.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. All right, we'll see you in just a few moments.
Sweet.
Let's see. What's going on in Pennsylvania?
He's catching up, 49 to 49.
Less than 1 point advantage. And in Wisconsin, you have the same thing. It's 0.2 of a point.
Yep. Only 34% of the precincts reporting. So just about 1/3 of the precincts are reporting in Wisconsin. In Michigan, you've got 15% reporting, and you've got a 5-point spread in Michigan. And Pennsylvania, less than, and he's catching up.
Newsmax. Look at Newsmax, their map. They're giving it to Kamala Harris when she's still down a 0.5 point. So that's interesting. Democrat territories not reporting.
I don't know. I currently, like, knock on wood, I feel really good about what we're seeing so far. The fact that we flipped North Carolina says a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's like that to me. That's a very, very big deal, and I'm gonna walk out of the house tomorrow with my head held high.
Hell yeah, you fucking rednecks! You got it done, even with the world coming to an end over there in Western North Carolina. Proud of you, boys.
So I'm gonna tell you guys what. If you guys haven't followed what's been going on in Western Carolina, man, it has been like the fucking apocalypse. When this shit hit. Guys, I mean, this was every bit of the doomsday scenario that I prep for and I talk about on the shows and things like this. And I thought it was, I thought it was so funny that I had people reaching out to me. Like, first, it was like, "Are you okay? Is your family good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're good, man." Like, and they're like, "Oh, thank God, okay," because we have, we don't know what's going on out there. Do you? And then the second question to follow was always, "Do you need anything?" And it's like, do you not know who I am? Do you not? Like, this is my jam, dude. I'm thriving right now. We're doing a lot better than everybody else. However, I'll tell you what, though, man. Some of the houses I got to go to during this event, I rolled up the houses. I rolled up to one guy's house. Okay, he had an electric side-by-side. Okay. And he had solar power, and he had Starlink, and he had a backup propane generator and all this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't skip a beat. He's like, "Oh, we're good with everything." He's like, "Got internet, we got electric, we got everything." The only thing he said, he was like, "The only thing that's kind of driving me nuts is hot water, because
Hurry up
They
and
didn't
grab
wire
another
in the hot
satellite.
water.
We can't hear you. Start the story over
Oh.
again. Fucking Elon.
Damn it. Fucking Starlink. Okay. Am I back?
Now you're back.
Okay. Anyway, so we roll to this guy's house. He's got Starlink. He's got solar. He's got propane backup generator, electric side by side. This guy's got it all going on. His only complaint was when they wired up his solar to his house, they forgot to wire up apparently the microwave, which I don't understand how you would do that, in his hot water heater. So he says, my microwave don't work and my hot water heater don't work, but other than that, we're doing fine. But there's people out there that were fully prepared for these scenarios to come. I was fortunate enough to be one of them. But when this shit hit, losing 911, losing comms, losing power, losing phone signal, losing the cell towers, losing internet, losing everything. We were cut off from the world. Okay. And, you know, there's still areas without power, internet, cell signal. Like, it is still happening. And we're not out of the woods here yet. And it's going to be a very cold freaking winter. So that's all. So that's why I think this state got flipped, because people were literally living in the apocalypse and being offered $750 that they couldn't apply for because they didn't have cell signal or internet to do so. So there you go.
All right, just
that was it. Ran over.
No,
that was the end of the rant.
That's great, because I'm looking at the map, because we just we got Montana for Trump. Of course we had Wyoming and Utah just went for Trump. Arizona is leaning Trump. And
Arizona is linked for Trump.
Yep.
And so is New Mexico still.
So Oregon is leading for Trump on my map.
Yep,
that is correct, with 0.25% in.
Yeah, so not.
So
I'm just saying that's the quarter. That's the quarter percent of that state that. Yeah, that's the part of that state that matters, though. Okay.
Yes, those are the only people that should be.
It's the only one we want to hold on
to.
That's like down in the south part. That's not up near, not near the Ducks, or up towards Washington.
And do we have an update yet? Do we have an update yet for the Electoral College?
We got 205 to 117.
That's on Fox, but Newsmax has put them at 108 and 220. So I'm not sure where they're. I don't know what they're holding off on.
I don't know. So Google hasn't updated Harris in a while. I'm sitting at 99 versus 198.
That's because the liberals at Google are going insane.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we can't put that out there yet. We know what the our users know what the Electoral College is. That's why.
But it's the popular vote. But he's leading the popular vote by 5 million votes.
Right. So that is so on my end for the popular vote, I've got 40 million to 35 million.
Yep.
So they are updating this. Why they're not updating the Electoral College yet, I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for a certain percentage to call. But again, they're following this based on the Associated Press. So,
well, there you go.
We've got a little.
Yeah, there you go. The Associated Press, a bunch of bums.
All right. Well, hang on. We got a little update for Pennsylvania going on.
Some of these counties, with the election results coming in, we're going to go ahead and turn red. And that's what it's looking like. Just Allegheny County in the Pittsburgh area right now is trending towards Kamala Harris with 66% of the vote in. But all the surrounding counties around Pittsburgh are shaded red right now for Donald Trump. And this is not good news for the Harris campaign right now. Obviously, they're still in the lead. We got just 43% of the votes being counted. But what's happening right now is it's trending in the direction that Donald Trump wants to see. A lot of the early votes were not counted until the polls closed at 8 o'clock. Those results are coming in. But what we saw is Republicans outperform what they've done in the past with the early voting, with the mail-in voting. And traditionally, they have shown up on Election Day as well. And the question was the early voting going to cannibalize the day of voting? And we don't see any evidence of that right now.
And also...
now, if you look at the Fox map, Trump just took the lead in the vote count.
Yes. Well, they got an extra 1.4% in Pennsylvania in.
Yeah, I just saw it on the Google that PA is now leading. So I guess Google is updating. They're just a little bit behind.
Oh, and it just updated again, and he's up even more now. He's up by a full point.
Ooh.
He had Rogan's endorsement. He did that in Pittsburgh.
This entire map's going to turn red tonight, boys.
It's going to be a red wave tonight, I think.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's jump over. All right, so let's check the Senate. Let's see what
Arizona, they're tied.
All right, so Texas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Florida, West Virginia. We've got Indiana. So
he's leading pretty well in Georgia.
Ohio Senator Sherrod is getting beat by Moreno. That's a good one.
That's great news.
That is awesome. Casey, the incumbent. Damn, he's within a striking. He's not half a point, 3/4 of a point in Pennsylvania. Let's see.
In the House, they've also they flipped one seat in the House. So they've flipped a seat in the House and in the Senate so far, and have not lost any seats.
Let's see.
Vice president, then we usually hear a roar. But just recently they showed Michigan, which of course is not got a majority of the votes counted even, and where the vice president is believed to enjoy a slight lead. And until just a few moments ago when that Michigan screen flashed, anytime Michigan showed up, even with a slight lead, no matter how small the number of ballots counted in the Great Lakes state, the crowd was cheering. But this time when they brought up Michigan, it barely got a response from this crowd. So when you ask me,
Michigan's going red, baby.
I think it might.
Let's see. Eric likes New Mexico. I'm liking New Mexico. Trump is up by 6 points in New Mexico with 20% of the precincts being counted so far.
That's great.
I like that.
The Harris campaign is shitting their pants right now.
Well, it's not 3:00 in the morning yet either, though. So keep in mind that.
True. You got to remember that. So we're up in Trump is up in Wisconsin, down in Michigan, up in Pennsylvania, up in Virginia, up in North
Carolina,
and up in Georgia.
But keep in mind, let's see. Even without Georgia, if he takes Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, it's over. That's all he needs.
Yep.
Those three states.
Yep, that is correct.
But I think it would be great to win all of them, and I think he will.
Yeah. Well, if he takes currently, if he gets Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Idaho, Montana, comes over and sweeps up the eastern seaboard, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, he doesn't need any of the swing states. He doesn't need Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin.
No, he doesn't.
He's at 271, and there's no hope for Kamala at that point.
Well, I'll tell you this: even without Georgia, he can with what I have listed here.
Yes.
If he just takes North Carolina, or I'm sorry, if he just wins Pennsylvania and Virginia, it's over. He'll have 277. That's saying that he takes Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and the other ones are pretty much a slam dunk. Montana and North Dakota.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at my map, if it plays out that way, it's 274, game over.
Yeah.
And we could have a new president in a couple of hours.
We could.
Remember, dude, January 20th, we still got a ways to go.
Well, yeah.
January 20th.
But here's the thing. They take out Trump. Guess who steps into his shoes?
Well, yeah.
J.D. Vance.
Right.
And I'm okay
you know
with
what?
that.
I like him. I'm okay with Vance. I like Vance. In fact, I'm hoping that when Trump gets in, he's going to set him up to run an 8-year term. And then I was having a conversation with a friend today, and he said, how awesome would it be if Vance did a really good job as VP and then gets in the running for the next election and brings in Trump Jr. as his VP.
Bingo.
Yeah, and then vice versa, you flip the script, and then Trump Jr. comes in. You know, I mean, at that point, you're getting into these legacy politics, which I really don't much care for, because I think this shit needs to be changed up. I don't like the legacy shit, you know, the Bush Senior, the Bush Jr., and, you know, so on and so forth. I don't necessarily agree with it.
Right.
When Trump wins, do you create a whole new party and get rid of the Republican Party and have a MAGA party?
Actually, so you know, it was very interesting. That's been a subject that's been talked about a lot on talk radio. Is that the Trump doesn't truly represent the Republican Party. This is a new party that is forming, because he's not following the guise of the Republican Party.
Right.
So your voters that are coming out, this is like the I'm sick of big government party. This is the I'm sick of having my money stolen party. This is I'm only voting for this to make it end party. So
it's a party that it's voting for America.
Right.
And the people inside this country.
And you know what? Slightly to that point, maybe that's what it should be. Maybe it should be the insider versus outsider party. You know, the innies and the outies.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of what it is here. I mean, you know,
pretty much.
Trump is for the people that are inside this country that are, you know, that have been here for years and are fighting, and they grew up here. They were born here, raised here, you know, legacy farms and everything else. And then you have Kamala that's like, bring everybody across the border, you know, kind of shit. And send the money to the Ukraine.
Exactly.
Yes, all the money outside the country. Let's bring in, you know, illegal aliens and basically let them rape, pillage, and do whatever they want to American citizens while we give the illegals all the money from the American citizens. I mean,
which, you know, I'll tell you what, I might take a big hiatus from emergency services here soon, because I'll tell you what, I got my welder out there and I got my truck out there. And if Trump brings back the fracking, I'm rebuilding my rig and I'll be on the road, ladies and gentlemen.
$90 an hour. You can have Jester weld something for you too.
Right. My God.
There you go, man.
Oh yeah.
If the oil industry is unleashed, think about the prosperity that is going to filter out, because welders, processors, people you don't even imagine, jobbers, people that work with the products that move the petroleum, the plastic industry that can come about in the United States of America, because plastic is fucking oil.
Okay, so I want to tell you guys something. I started welding back in 2007.
Oh my God, you baby.
So I have reached expert level in that industry. Okay, I have diplomas, certificates, I have everything in that industry. I've been doing it since 2007. Well, I started the very end of 2006 I started. So I just call it since 2007 I've been doing it, okay? And basically decided to take a career switch at some point in my life and get out of that shit and get into the law enforcement stuff and everything else. But anyway, I still consistently do things and do hobby things and whatever else. So, and I've taught this. I used to teach at a school. The school has since went out of business, but I've reached expert level, and I can't say that in many fields, but this one I can. Right now, I can tell you, with all the years that I've been doing this, 90% of the work that I've done over the years has been directly focused around the fossil fuel industry. I got my start around the fossil fuel industry. I moved around the country and made big money due to the fossil fuel industry. Almost every single employer that I had, I made money from them based on the fossil fuel industry. Absolutely. So when my first job in this field was I was working on barges that push coal up and down the river, right? And, jobs after that were working on the boats that push the coal up and down the rivers. And then after that, I went down to Texas and I worked on the fracking rigs and things like that. So the idea that these jobs will come back as soon as the fracking industry cuts loose again, they will. And this time, boys, if you're out there listening, save your fucking money. You don't need 3 car payments at one time. Okay, you don't need to go buy a new Ram 2500 and get the wife that new Beamer she's been wanting. Fuck that. Save your money, bro. Mm-hmm.
Because the money will be rolling in. Because not only will the oil industry take off, then manufacturing, construction, all of that good stuff. Hey, just to let you know, here in the city of Tulsa, we have a new mayor.
Do you?
We have our new mayor. He's a Democrat, but I like him. Monroe Nichols. I think he might be pretty good. He's not one of the. He's kind of an outsider, a little bit of an outsider. We'll see how he does.
Okay, that works. Well, we're hoping here that Sam Brown wins tonight.
Yeah. All right. So Iowa went for Trump. So we're good there.
Okay. Well, I didn't think you would go for Harris, but that's good news.
God, I want to get the CNN feed on here because I
we'll
want to hear
it. I want to hear them. I want to hear them like freak out.
Their website is just not working.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
That's awfully fucking convenient, right?
I can get to their website.
I can get to their website. I can't get the video to play.
So something that I wanted to point out too, while we were on the subject of fossil fuels, is guys, it's not just the fossil fuels themselves. It's every like sublet job that comes out from that. You have to hire a truck driver to move the product. Okay. You have to hire a truck driver to bring in sand for the fracking. You have to hire guys to drive water trucks. These trucks have to be made, maintained. You know, there's a lot that goes into this. Okay. So it's not just you saving money as the consumer on fossil fuels. It's also the idea that the Uber driver is going to make more money bringing you food to the job site. Okay. You know, for your Uber Eats, things like that. So
Sorry about that.
Oh, I don't know what that was. Was that you talking?
I was actually getting the live feed from CNN. At least the
sound.
The sound. If Scooter wants to play that or not.
Well, I've been playing around. I've got. Let's see what MSNBC has to say.
2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So, you know, with most, not all the voting in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, you know, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because, as we say, that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, you know, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, you know, by a few points to offset potentially.
Look at that entire state, though, how red it is.
That's like every state out there. Illinois only votes for Democrats because of Cook County.
There is a projection to make. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sass, Senator Ben Sass, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger. And the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the 2 that were on the ballot, this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election in Nebraska. The other Senate election in Nebraska has been called for the Republican incumbent. Lawrence.
And that is now, with the Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz, Nebraska is now the only possible loss.
No, I can't. No, I can't. I can't go there. Sorry. Can't do him.
So, something I'd like to point out, how they keep referencing the 2020 election and Trump versus Biden. Did everybody forget about fucking COVID? I'm just saying. Did they forget?
Yeah, of course they did.
You can't base anything off what we saw then, okay? With the mail-in votes and the things we saw, and the fucking 82 Mules video or whatever the hell it was, and everything else that transpired. You cannot reference the 2020 election. That's all.
And for those gamblers out there, I want to update you on the current odds on the election for president. Earlier this afternoon, you had Donald Trump on the betting markets at about between 57 and 59% chance of winning the election tonight. Over on Kalshi.com, which is actually the only website in the United States where it's legal to make election bets, they have Donald Trump at 82% likely to win.
Damn.
And Polymarket, they are actually at 88.9% with over $1.4 billion bet on Donald Trump.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Look at that. 87.8.
Oh yeah. It keeps going up if you go to Polymarket.com, they updated by the second.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Yeah.
Look at that election forecast. Look at all this red. Look at all the red that they're throwing in here.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna make a commitment right now.
Commitment.
If California flips red, I will go full stone cold Steve Austin, shave my head, and rock the goatee.
Oh, I was gonna say you should. if it goes red, I think we should have you do like a lap around a supermarket in a thong.
Ooh.
No, I'm just going to shave my ass.
I thought you were going to shit in the studio. Your studio, not mine.
I'm going to do that too. I'm going to shit and shave at the same time. Shave my shit-covered ass. I might have to.
Ooh.
Depending on how long the show runs, it'll be like shit glue. It'll be stuck to my ass cheeks.
Ozark said that Missouri is bringing in sports betting. In the state of Missouri. Heck yeah.
That way you can vote against, the Kansas City Chiefs.
So just to point out to everybody, and I want everybody to hear me very clearly when I say this. So when Trump got elected before in 2016, everybody wasn't scared to spend money. So if you have a job that's in the service industry, do start putting yourself out there. If there's a billboard you wanted to invest in, but you're scared like there won't be an ROI, you're going to get it now, right? So if there's something you need to do to enhance your business, like you're working on getting that new sign, putting out new advertising, working on upgrading to a better product, things like that. If you're self-employed, and this man wins tonight, start getting those business cards made, start getting stuff done, because people will be more comfortable spending money.
Yep.
Capitalize on this while you can. You've been waiting to start that pressure washing business. Fucking get it going, dude.
Yeah, washing
the world
cars,
is your oyster.
pressure washing, lawn mowing, people,
anything.
They will come out of their homes. It'll be great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then I'm thinking about starting an illegal removal service. Basically, we come in, illegals in your backyard. We start throwing out OC
there you
OC
go.
bombs and shit like that, and we start paintballing them until they move on to the neighbor's house. Then we charge a neighbor double,
right,
to get them out of their yard.
Exactly.
Okay,
there you go.
So we got a whole strategy figured out with this, right? It's good. It's going to be good.
See, what you do, though, is you become a NGO, nonprofit organization. You contract to the government to get rid of all the illegals, and then you charge exorbitant amounts of money. But that may not happen if Trump is in office and Elon comes along and says, no, we're cutting back.
You made my brain do things. So something I wanted to ask you, Scooter. Well, I wanted to ask you and James this was, so Trump and Elon are buddies.
Yes.
Okay. And again, this goes back, how do I think politics are a facade and it's not real and everything else. So Trump coming in and making fossil fuels cheaper will essentially kill Elon's market with Tesla.
No, it will
not.
No.
Oh, absolutely.
No, Elon wants high-end electric. He doesn't want this bullshit. He doesn't want it to be mandated because he won't be able to support it. And then you're going to have everybody pissed off at Elon because there are no chargers out there to get their car charged.
Right. I think all the mandate type stuff from a national level will go away.
Well, so he's controlling the game when it comes to the chargers out there.
Right.
Okay. So, working in emergency services and responding to MVCs, things like that, I could tell you that you only have a handful of different style chargers on the market. It's not like a regular vehicle where it's, say, you have 80 different types of spark plugs for vehicles out there. No. You got like 3 types of electric vehicle chargers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. There's not an abundance. And they're all starting to adapt one model. Okay. And Tesla is kind of leading the way in all this.
Yeah.
It's their chargers that are out there on the highways. It's their chargers that are at the rest stops. It's their chargers that are at the grocery stores. Okay.
Right.
So you could have made a killing just in getting just the charger themselves patented. Okay. Because what people may not know is when you get to these MVCs and it is electric vehicle, you have to disable the vehicle. And the only surefire way to disable these things, because you can't get to the freaking batteries on these things.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When a traditional vehicle, combustion engine vehicle, gets in a wreck, if that battery is accessible, we will pop that hood and we will disconnect that. Okay. We 100% will. Because it saves us a lot of hell later if an airbag deploys or this, that, the other, right? It does. Okay. It's better just to kill all the power to the vehicle when we're working on a vehicle, we're cutting it up, getting a person out, etc. Now with electric vehicles, you don't have that option. So we actually have specialized equipment that we insert into the charging port that makes the vehicle think it is charging and disables it because that's in there and it thinks it's charging. Okay. And there's only 3 or 4 chargers that are actually widely used on the market. So we carry a universal one that works in all 3 to 4 of these ports. So when I say that you could have made a killing just off building chargers or patenting those plugs, you could have absolutely made a killing. That's all. Rant over.
Yeah, you could. And coming back from the rant, we have an update on some House races. We have, before we reported only one, the Republicans flipped 1 seat. They are now up to flipping 3 seats.
Woohoo!
So that's exciting. And in the Senate, they still have, they flipped one. So we'll see what happens. In addition, as we were talking about gambling and sport and political betting, here are current odds that President Trump and the Republicans, they're saying there's an 83% chance they are going to sweep the presidency, the House, and the Senate. So,
come on, baby.
They're saying the chance is 76 for the House, 94% for the Senate, and 88% for the presidency.
That'll work.
So I didn't see our governor's name on the ticket this year. Roy Cooper didn't look like he was. I didn't see his name on there. So I think Mark Robinson is going to be potentially the governor choice in North Carolina. And I had an opportunity to go meet him and I turned it down. I had shit to do and I could have went and met him and hung out with the guy, but I ended up turning that down. But if North Carolina does in fact turn red, I'm assuming we will have a new governor here in the state of North Carolina, which I'm really hoping for because Cooper's been doing a bang up fucking job.
Hate to share this news with you, but you are going to have a new governor. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be Josh Stein. Don't know anything about him, but he is a Democrat. It appears that he has won, or they've called the election for Josh. He's got about a 12-point, 11-point margin over Mark Robinson. So unless there are more votes to come in, they're saying that they've got 75% of the precincts reporting.
Let's see here. It's not showing me this on the Google.
Well, it's Google. I can show it to you on here. Let's look at the governor's races. And see there, North Carolina has been called for Stein.
Called for Stein with 83% reporting. That means things are not going to get any better here in regards to that. So so the reason I wanted a new governor in North Carolina so badly is number one, I've been wanting North Carolina to bring back the state defense forces. I've been wanting them to bring those back, which if you don't know what the state defense forces are, it's a government state-funded militia party that a lot of states have, and they just don't talk about them. But they get full military. It's basically a state-ran military that is on a volunteer basis that gets military benefits, okay? And we disbanded ours due to one workman's comp lawsuit back in the 90s. We disbanded it. And I was wanting that to come back, and I was hoping under Robinson it would. The second thing is they disbanded the pension for the prison systems here, and I was really hoping that would come back if we were under Republican leadership, because I don't think it's fair that our COs have to work and not get a pension. So there you go.
Carson wants to know, she's always heard that betting polls are accurate. She wants to know if that's a true statement. Are betting polls, do they?
Last election, we had Donald Trump up probably around 70-80%, and we all know what happened.
Right. They cheated.
So
they cheated. You cheated, you bum.
Like right now, there's breaking news out of Milwaukee that there's issues with the machines. They're working on them.
Oh.
And apparently they utilized a red sticker. You know how they try to put shit on like ATM, the debit card machines at a gas station.
Right.
They tell you don't use it if that seal's broken.
Right.
Well, a Republican watcher noticed that the seal was not on the machine. In addition, the lock wasn't on it.
Oh.
And so they're trying to. They're still counting ballots, and they're not stopping and going home or anything like that. But
Wait,
see what happens.
When's the pipe gonna burst?
I don't know.
I mean, here's the deal. He's up. Trump is up 51-48, 3 points in Georgia, with 87.95% of the precincts reporting.
I'm being corrected. Apparently, the seal was on, but it was not locked.
Oh, not locked.
So yeah. So sorry for the misinformation there for a second there.
Well, that's okay. I mean, every other journalist in the world provides misinformation.
Yeah, they all fuck up.
Yeah, 60 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's hard to listen to multiple sources in my ear at one time. So.
There you go. Hunter's laptop is not real. I mean, come on. They said that on 60 Minutes. David Muir on ABC said that crime has in fact gone down, but here we find out crime went up by about 13 to 14% in the United States. Wow. Yeah. Sorry.
Right. And if you go to a party at the White House, Hunter will not share his cocaine with you.
No, he locks it up in that. That's why they found it in that locker.
Oh my God. I was playing poker yesterday, I guess it was, but not yesterday, but the night before when I was still there. And oh my God, it was a great table. There was this young kid. I forget where he was visiting from. This is based off the cocaine comment. And he was going around. He had already been on coke, but he was like, "Hey, you got any of that white stuff?" And he'd go like this. He'd ask every new player that came to the poker table. He'd ask the supervisors in the poker room. It was just great. And the best thing is he donated a lot of money.
Well, that's all that matters. If
that's right.
Somebody's dumb enough to come in and ask those kind of questions, he needs to donate. That's what it is.
Exactly, and he did. And we did tell him, don't go downtown to Fremont Street and be asking people for cocaine. You'll probably end up in jail.
Or dead. Because somebody will say, yeah, I got some. Come back here. Come back behind Fremont. Get his rectum stretched and then die. It'll be great.
Newsmax has just called Georgia for President Trump.
Ooh, go Newsmax.
Yeah. Going out on them over there at Newsmax. I'm telling you.
Fox. Well, okay, so here's the deal. 87, almost 90% of the precincts have reported.
In Georgia?
In Georgia. And he's up by 3 points. More than 3 points. They can't overcome that. That's an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, it is.
In 2020, he lost it by what? 40,000 votes?
Mm-hmm.
And those came at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to.
Let's see. So we still have Virginia. Let's see. Let's go back here and uncheck these. Virginia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania that we're still not sure about.
Well, he's taking the lead in Pennsylvania, so.
Yeah. So I have him with the West Coast, I think, is already written in stone practically, in my opinion. California, Nevada, Arizona.
You got it. I'll be back.
The majority of people are going to say that Arizona and Nevada are going to be up for grabs. I doubt that. I really think the Republicans are going to take that, get out and vote for Trump this election year. So with the West Coast, in my mind, already decided. With the following states still not spoken for, and those states are Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina. I have Donald Trump at 251 electoral votes. So he would only need 19 votes to capture the presidency. And that's just Pennsylvania. So he
basically
has all of the outs.
So if we get Pennsylvania, we got it.
Yeah, and that's what I said at the very beginning of the show. I think if he takes Pennsylvania tonight, he wins.
It's exciting times, ladies and gentlemen.
It is. I mean, and there's so many states that are up for grabs, and he's leading in so many of them. I mean, he's leading in Minnesota right now, 60% to 36% with 5% reporting. In Wisconsin, he's got about a 1.5 point lead with 55% leading. Over in Michigan, he's up about 7.75 of a point. Still only 23%. Pennsylvania, he's up by over almost 3 points with almost 60% reporting. And in Virginia, he's only down less than a point. And in North Carolina, he's leading by 2.5 points. So there's a lot of evidence for him to win tonight. But like I said, I think a lot of Trump supporters, including myself, we don't want to just win. We want to beat the shit out of her.
Oh, well, see, I want the American people to stand up and say, we're done. And that's what I want this election to show is we're done. We've had enough. And if you guys fuck this up, we're doing a million-man march on Washington, and you're going to be fired in the morning. So I got a question for the both of you. Did either of you two... Is it just me and you slightly?
Right now it is, yes.
Okay, so I got a question for you. Did you come across anybody, because everybody, I think it was a very common question this election, was everybody was asking people, do you plan to vote?
Right.
Are you going to vote? And, there was pushback and a lot of people were, some people were like, no, I'm not voting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like you said, Big Sexy was like, no, I'm not voting. What was your counter to people when they said I'm not voting?
I would ask them why they're not voting.
Okay. All right. So my counter to people was, don't you want to be a part of history? Because this is a historic election. That was the spiel I would give people.
That's a good one.
You actually have a chance to be a part of history.
Mm-hmm.
Because this presidency, like, even though they want to keep Trump out of the history books, there's no doing it now.
Yeah. No, you're
two assassinations attempts, one presidency with a pandemic, and then a potentially stolen election. I mean, come on. You don't not put this in a history book.
No, not. I mean, there's no way you can dismiss this. I think, in addition to it being a historical election, I also want to tell you that I think it also confirms that he probably did indeed fact win in 2020.
I think it does too. And I think that there's going to be a big, I think that's something we might see come out in the coming days here of like, how did he do so well in this election, but not the last? Right. And people not being able to put the pieces of the puzzle together because things are missing. Pieces of the puzzle are missing. And then at that point, if he could go back and say, hey, clearly we won last time and you guys fucking stonewalled me. What are we going to do about this? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, there's no repercussion to be had, but I think what we're seeing right now across this map, even, and, with the popular vote, just the popular vote, it's kind of showing you which way Americans were leaning in. Now, I got to say, this is the 5th time I've voted for Donald Trump.
Okay.
Back when he first ran, I voted for him in the primaries and then the general, et cetera, et cetera. So this is my fact. And well, actually, was there a primary in 2020?
I'm pretty sure there was. Well,
okay. So
I don't remember. I mean,
I feel like there was.
I don't know if, I think there was, because isn't that when the doctor ran against him?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember the name.
Yeah. Chat, remind me of the doctor.
Scooter will know when he comes back. I can't remember the doctor.
Who the hell was the doctor?
I have no idea. Who's the doctor?
The black doctor.
Ben Carson.
Who ran against
Ben Carson. That's
yeah.
There was a primary.
My hero, Ben Carson. He was the HHS secretary too.
Right. Way to go, chat. You didn't even come up with the damn name.
Damn. You know why? I bet Eric's not in there. Eric would have known.
Where's Eric? Is he celebrating? Is he celebrating a Georgia victory?
He could be. He could be. Have we called Georgia?
No, nobody's called Georgia yet. There are statistics right now saying that there's a 75% chance that Donald Trump will win the popular vote.
Well, he's up to 48 million.
Yeah, it's looking good so far.
It is, and we haven't even.
You know what? In I'll tell you what. I hope he fucking surpasses the 81 million record vote.
Yes.
Oh,
my God! I'll do something for that. I don't know. I'll start an OnlyFans.
And I will never watch it.
Before you left, or after you left, I brought up the fact of that this election, this landslide that's occurring right before our very eyes, just confirms to a lot of people, including myself, that he probably did indeed win back in 2020.
Yeah.
And you think anything, are they going to come out and talk about that, you think? Or you think you just move forward?
That's a good question, because if Donald Trump, and I like the way Donald Trump works, because he doesn't work in the past. Once something happens, he learns from it and he moves on.
Right.
And I think if he goes back and points to 2020 and says, see, I won. It's as plain as the nose on your face. I won. That's going to open up a whole bunch of fucking bullshit. But I do think that he needs to quietly fix the problems in Congress, where they tried to impeach him over things that shouldn't have been impeached for, and the FBI, Crossfire Hurricane, and all of those fucking evil people that still sit in D.C. And I think he's going to do it.
Yeah.
They're actively building think tanks to try to figure out how to impeach the man right now as we speak.
Oh, exactly.
I don't think there's any way they're going to.
I mean,
because if they do, it's kind of like the same thing would happen if they tried to fraudulently fix this election. People of this country are not going to stand for it. I really don't think so. That would cause a big uproar. Just like if they were successful in their 2 attempts to assassinate him, all hell would break loose in this country.
Oh yeah.
And so I don't think they worry about trying to impeach him if they're smart, which obviously, as we could tell by the Harris campaign, that they're not, because all they could come up with is that guy is a bad guy, don't vote for him.
Yeah.
But if they were smart, they would use the next couple of years and get their shit together and try to figure out a strategy for the next election.
We'll see what the Democrats really need to do if they want to start grabbing a hold of these elections and really gaining support and flipping people is like these cities that you destroyed, you could start by fixing those. Okay. Right. These predominantly crime-ridden neighborhoods with your gun control and all the rhetoric you push and government subsidies and help and everything else, you could start in these decrepit neighborhoods that have become third world countries, and you could start turning those around. Mm-hmm. Like let's start fixing your fuck ups and then work from there. That's what I think would do. If you could show us that a city like Chicago or Detroit could turn around and start flourishing, right? That would be the start.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that, and it's so funny to me how just, kind of gullible people are. You take a city like Detroit that was once booming and full of life and an amazing city and just making so much money, and everybody was doing really good and they were really comfortable. And all these deals got manipulated and created to where all this manufacturing jobs that were there, all this work that was there, the things that this city was built around were sent overseas. A lot of it due to this party's rules, regulations, and deals that were made. Basically killed these cities, and they still vote blue. And like for the life of me, I can't comprehend that.
Yep,
it doesn't make sense.
No,
we have some numbers coming in from the West Coast. Finally, in Arizona, they have 49, almost. We'll just say 50% almost. They are neck and neck. Yep. 49.54 and 49.66 for Trump.
Yep.
In New Mexico, Harris has a lead of about 7 points, I'll say, with 64%, which that's not a surprise. I think we have New Mexico on our chart is going blue. So
we still have 7 counties there yet that haven't reported.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I'm just saying, it might matter. It might.
But to follow that up, Trump took the lead in Pennsylvania. He's up by 3 points in Pennsylvania with 64% of the precincts reporting. Here's the other beautiful thing. In Michigan, he's up by 3 points with 25% of the precincts reporting.
And he's taken about over in Wisconsin. He's up about 1.4 points.
Yep.
And in Minnesota, he's still doing quite well.
He is, but
very early reporting there, though.
Yeah, very little, low voter total. Now, here's the funny thing: I got some interesting information off of Citizen Free Press.
Okay,
right now, New York Times. The Great Lady
already
projects 87% chance of Trump winning with an electoral vote total of 299 to Kamala Harris's 239.
I want to see him go over 300.
I do too. My map has him over 300. So
let's see what my map has him at. Give me a second here. Where's my map? Do you have a map, Jester?
I have. I don't have one I can edit. I'm just watching the Google map.
He doesn't have a big enough screen. He's still,
and that's what it is. So I had all these plans of streaming on Clapper and like doing all these different things, and
made me do all the work.
You know what? Well, the only person that ever shows up in my lives on Clapper anyway is Scooter. So I figured I would just come over here.
Eric said that Trump won Georgia.
Yeah, I got that.
Newsmax has called that, but
what do we have? We have him. He's leading in North Carolina still, right?
Yes, yeah. He's got a 3-point lead in North Carolina.
Virginia. He's still. Oh, he's behind a little bit in Virginia now.
He's dropped behind. He's about 1.5 points behind.
Let's see, Wisconsin and Minnesota. You think he'll hold Minnesota?
I don't know.
That'd be surprising.
That would be a slap. That would be hilarious. That would be a slap in fucking Tim Walz's face.
Oh,
I want him to do it. Right now, I've got my map is sitting at 311.
Let's see if I did that. If we'll say, I think Minnesota will go blue eventually. Do you have Virginia going to the Democrats?
I don't have Virginia selected on my map.
I have without Virginia selected 311 as well.
Yep. I don't have Minnesota, New Mexico, Oregon, or Washington. California, of course, is going to go blue. Illinois, Colorado, New York, all the fucking
Hawaii,
Midwest
blue.
states. Maine, interestingly enough, I have Maine. I have 3 of their electoral votes going to Trump.
Oh, I don't have that. I have it 3. I don't have that filled in yet.
Okay. Well,
I have Maine and Virginia up for grabs still, with him leading 311 to 210.
That's where I'm sitting at actually.
Yeah.
217.
Let's see. Where can I go to see? Where can we go and see some of the exit polls? That's what I would like to take a look at.
Where are we currently at with the Electoral College? I can't see the full screen on my
I got
end here, Scooter.
212 to 119 in favor of Donald Trump.
Yep.
Okay. I'm showing 210 and 113 on my end here.
Yeah, it's close enough, I guess.
Well, he got one of Maine's electoral votes, and then Dickhead got the other 3. So it's reversed from what my map originally had.
Who got 3?
Kamala
in Maine?
Yep. She got 3 and Trump got 1.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see here.
Let's see if we can't make this a little bit more friendly.
So it's just, for me, it's like the right side is cut off. Like Trump is cut off. I only see what Kamala's doing. It needs to move toward my head. There we go. That's perfect. Thank you, Scooter.
You're welcome. On the fly. Look at this shit. We are operating.
Look at that. You did a good job, you bum.
Producers doing the job, doing the work. Look at that. Wisconsin 50-48 in Newsmax's realm. I like Newsmax.
Americans, and that is sort of what we're talking about. Real Americans who are hurting. Kamala Harris had every opportunity.
Michigan. It looks like they've Michigan is swapped.
Her media strategy was to
Yep.
Swapped. What do you mean?
It's red now.
They're saying that. No, they're saying that. Oh, maybe the television's behind.
Well, I don't know, because Google shows Michigan 51% for Trump and 47.3% for Kamala, as you so affectionately named her dickhead.
Yes, dickhead.
That's what I have.
Willie the dickhead.
And guys, there's still, just be advised, there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 counties still haven't reported yet.
Where
in
at?
Michigan? In Michigan.
Yeah, only 26% is of that tally's in.
Yeah. Carson just called me a tech genius. Thank you very much. I am a tech genius.
Listen, his head is big enough. Don't make it bigger.
Don't make his don't.
Don't make it swole.
It's Tuesday. On Tuesday we do swole arms.
It's only Tuesday.
Yeah, see, Michigan. They're reporting Michigan at 52 and 46. See, they're way behind. We've got like a 45-minute delay on Newsmax.
So, Scooter, I want to ask you a question, buddy.
Yeah, talk to me.
Okay, so everybody asked everybody the same question this election is, are you going to vote? And if somebody said no to you, what was your counter to them?
My counter, and I said this to actually one of my daughters, my counter is the fact that I don't care who you vote for. I fought for your right to continue to vote. You need to exercise that right and be a good citizen.
I should have said that, but I wasn't in the military. Fuck.
It doesn't matter. You have to, being a citizen of the United States takes work. It is not easy.
Right. No. And I agree. So my counter to people was, don't you want to be part of history? Because this is a historic election. That was my counter to people.
Okay. But fuck history. Do your your civic responsibility. The problem is
it's your civic duty. So there was people that are like, no, I'm not voting, and I was like, okay, this guy's a fucking dud, or he's half dumb. He's dumb anyway. He's got a touch of the tism. We don't want him voting anyway. And I was just like, you know what? It's your right to vote, but it's also your choice. Yep. And that's where I kind of left it with some people that I spoke to, because I speak to a lot of people, and it's funny when you show up to someone's house, and so a lot of people, what I found out when they're dealing with trauma, they like to divert a lot. So if I show up to someone's house on a 911 call, they automatically, like, their wife could just be dying in a living room, and the husband's like, so who you voting on? Well, the paramedics are working on their wife, et cetera. Like, that's what happens. And and the election's a big topic right now, so everybody was on that. But I've gone on calls where, someone's spouse is, not in a good place currently medically. And they're like showing me like their wood collection, like different wood burnt signs they make and things like that, like doing anything they can to divert from what's going on.
Right.
Because they simply just don't want to deal with it. Now, that became a big part of my job recently surrounding the election. Was two things. When I show up on scene was, the first off, the Hurricane Helene, like, are you okay? Do you still have a house? Things like that. And then the flip side was, so who are you voting for? Are you going to vote? Did you vote yet? And just to shut people up for a day, I wore my I voted sticker around for the whole day, just so people shut up I got a break from it for a day.
Well, sometimes you need a break. People deal with trauma differently. And a lot of us older folks, we know the end is inevitable. and you want to hold on to some normalcy in your life. So when you've got a spouse that you know is on the way out, I mean, you kind of gravitate.
Whoa, my map just changed. California's now reporting, Washington's now reporting, Harris is at 179 and Trump is at 214.
Right.
I'm at 216 now, 193.
193, 216. Pappy is over there on Rumble.
A majority of that increase for Harris is California being added.
Yeah.
Which we already knew that was happening.
Well, it's 54
right,
electoral.
But so they're reporting California. Okay, so they're reporting California. On my end, it doesn't show any percentages being reported.
No.
Well,
so but it shows it voting blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to know how many people are voting.
Half of them are illegal anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. But it's called for Harris in California, Donald Trump in Idaho, which we already anticipated, and Washington State for Harris, as we anticipated it already, and in addition to Oregon, which, like we said, she's got the entire West Coast of, voting for her, which we already took into account.
Yep.
And there you go.
It's just scary. It's scary to see those numbers jump like that so quickly.
Yeah.
Well, they'll do it just to make it look close, in my opinion, she only has another 17 electoral votes that she's going to get tonight, but we'll see. The Senate race, also the reelected Adam Shifty Shift.
No way. Steve Garvey didn't win?
Over Steve Garvey. Yeah, sad.
I think that's bullshit.
And Cantwell will also win her 5th term in Washington. So the Senate still at this hour remains, the Republicans have flipped one seat. 49 to 42 Republicans at the current moment. And keep in mind, you need 51 for a majority. So we'll see.
Huh.
Oh, man. I've got so many unopened chats right now on the podcast. So, and everybody's been Snapchatting me, and I'm like, fuck. If you guys want to add me on Snapchat, the simple name on Snapchat is @JesterDooms, all one word. You guys can add me over there, and we could chit-chat, shoot the shit, have conversations. I'll send you updates on things from time to time, and you'll be able to see what I'm doing in my life a little bit. But as we've been live this whole time, I just got chat after chat after chat coming in, and I'm like, scared to try to go back and check these after the fact.
Jester, there's this really cool thing, and this is also sponsoring the telecast tonight, the podcast. It is it's the new home for Jester. Jester's Voice, ladies and gentlemen. Jester's Voice. That is correct. He has his own website now. You can go visit it. Everything you want to know about Jester is on there, including the About Me section. Here it is, About Jester. Well, he's a big fucking lump, and
look at me.
I get his phone number there.
His skills are the unique ability to wing it. And be sure to bookmark this link, because here's the deal. In the coming days, the Apocalypse Outlet is going to be up and running.
Oh my
God. The Apocalypse Outlet is going to be up and running, and you will be able to go in there and get all your survival needs directly from the website. And the beauty about that is the products that are going in that website, that are going in the Apocalypse Outlet store, are things that I actually use, things that I actually test out. Like it's not garbage products that I'm randomly getting an Amazon deal on and selling to you guys. No. These are things I recommend because I physically use them. And Scooter can attest to this, because he's asked personally, like he's asked me like, well, why don't you go with this brand? I'm like, no, because this one's the best and I use it. That's why we're going to sell that one. Right.
But this one's cheaper, and it's from China. Why don't we sell that?
Yeah, but it's not
China.
good. It's not going to get you through the apocalypse. So that's where we're at with this. And we are going to be giving you guys some of the best deals on these products. Okay. The idea surrounding this website is let's take the best prepper items, tested, tried and true, things that I know are good, things that I highly recommend, and let's give them to you at the best possible deal that's out there. That is the deal with this website. So when you see like a solar generator pop up on this site, or a water filtration straw, or an MRE or something like that, do know that you are getting some of the best deals that you can get out there. All right. That's the whole premise of this website. Prepping done right, prepping done cheap, and things that have been actually tested in the real world by a real world survivalist.
Exactly.
Boom, there it is.
There you go. And be sure to check out Jester's Thought of the Day. Today's thought is a new day begins with new thinking. Do something new today, ladies and gentlemen. Wise words from Jester. And
I try.
You can find all of his shows on here, the Doom Daily Show with Jester and Prepper Podcast. It's Doomsday, which is going to be making a return in the near future with a new co-host.
Yes.
Not me.
Things are in the works.
Who's the new co-host?
Not me.
I can't say yet. It's kind of, actually it's kind of a surprise. Like you gotta, I don't want to do it. I don't want to drop it yet. Like it's been kind of fun watching people squirm, but I gotta tell you guys what, like I started putting pressure on the co-host a little bit because I had asked this person and they were like, well, I don't know if I want to do that. And I'm like, well, I need somebody, man. I was like, let me know. Just, think about it. And they were like, well, I'll put some time into it. I'll think about it. And then I all of a sudden out of the blue started getting a lot of pressure from listeners, multiple messages saying, is the show coming back or what, dude? Because I need this information. I need this shit. I've went back. I listened from the very beginning again, and it took a while to get there, but I can't wait anymore. Do you recommend another podcast that does what you do? And like things like that. And I'm like, I messaged the potential co-host, and I'm like, it's time, dude. Are we going to do this? You want to jump in with me or not? And they're like, yeah, when are we starting? These are my 3 next available dates. So Friday, we're going to be recording the comeback to its Doomsday podcast. It's coming Friday. Yes. So,
I don't want to give anything away, but if you go to TikTok, you might get some inside information. Just saying.
You might get some inside information on TikTok. There could be some available. But it's very interesting because right now, covering this kind of stuff, the show would be thriving, and it's like just the motivation is lacking trying to do it all solo. So I'm so happy to have a co-host again. Mm-hmm.
I wonder. Now I'm trying to think who the poor guy is that is going to be joining you.
Oh, all in good time, slightly. All in good time.
All right. I guess. Jester. He stepped out for a second.
Scooter left us.
Or Scooter left us. Yeah, not Jester. Let's see. I'm trying to see. I got a message in here. It says the Ohio Senate Republican won, so that's good. I think he was an incumbent, though. Let me check, see if anything flipped while we were away.
I don't know, man. Slightly. I'm going to tell you what, dude. If we surpass that 81 million votes, man, and we get the Electoral College, ooh, buddy.
Oh, it'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Scooter, welcome back to your show.
Oh, Scooter, we have an update.
Tell me.
We have another seat in the Senate that has flipped to the Republicans.
So that puts us at 51.
No, we're at 50.
Oh.
And there are still a lot of seats left.
With J.D. Vance, that puts us at 51. He's the president of the Senate. That's the role of the vice president.
Yeah, so we have the majority no matter what.
Yeah.
But we want to just, like I said, let's get over 50. Let's get over 50. The state that flipped is Ohio. Moreno won. He beat Brown.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Newsmax is like 5 years behind. I don't know what's going on with Newsmax here. They're
it's
saying
not as far behind as Google is, though. I'll tell you that much.
Well, true. They're saying Trump is behind in Michigan, but no, he's actually up. It's 51-46 in the state of Michigan. You can see it right there on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. West Virginia flipped a Senate seat, W.V. Pappy said.
That's good. Yes, they did.
Damn. And the New York Times is now predicting Donald J. Trump will win the popular vote, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's predicting that?
New York Times, the old gray lady.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The New York Times.
He's up a good bit right now over the popular vote from what I'm seeing. He's in the tune of about 6 million ahead.
Yep. 52.
A little more than 6 million.
46 to 52. He's 7-1. See.
So I'm just sitting here casually watching and noticing that Nevada hasn't reported. So California's blue, but it's showing me that it has not had any reporting yet.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Which I mean, as they do start reporting in California, obviously things could change, but we know that state will probably be blue. Okay.
Guaranteed. However, what it would be interesting though is to see how many votes he captures versus last time.
Right. Yes, exactly. But again, it's okay. So you can't rule out the Rona and what happened in the last election, because that was a big factor. Because if anybody was out, if any state, any group of citizens was scared to leave their homes and was doing weirdo, goofy shit during the pandemic, it was California. Right. So I think that comparing those two numbers to each other is it's almost counterproductive in a sense, because what you're going to see this election versus last election are going to be two totally different things. And you have to base that all on the fact that we were in a pandemic at the time.
Correct.
So like maybe in-person voting will be up, but it's all still going to lean Democratic. It's all going to lean blue, but maybe you'll just see that in-person voting went up and mail-in ballots went down. Maybe that's what you'll end up seeing.
It might.
4 years ago, she needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here, because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start.
They're trying so hard to get her in the White House.
There's no chance. You got no shot, folks.
Is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties. And they're also
don't they do the mail ballots first?
We're getting close.
Supposed to.
Pittsburgh suburbs. We're getting close to 90%.
Or is there additional mail coming in at 3 a.m.?
Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races.
Oh, it's Rachel Madcow.
Yep.
Can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats. Democrats are at 39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled.
I have it 50-42, but whatever.
We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence,
yeah, I wonder if they're partying at the Harris campaign headquarters.
That's a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms
this
of
guy is such a moron.
As of this hour to 49.
Who the hell is this guy?
Democrats in the Senate. If you to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown, and so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So
he looks very depressed, doesn't he?
Tester
yep,
goes
very dour.
Brown, that would take them. That would absolutely guarantee that they lose control.
I think he's losing his
the,
mind.
The remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate, who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also. I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who was
incredible loss, and he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very.
Gary Lake is losing though in Arizona.
Money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah,
still early.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes, yes.
Now Trump is ahead in Arizona.
NBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be
sound like they're partying.
Is that like a mostly peaceful riot when shit's on fire? They're
partying like that too. Yeah,
mostly subdued. They're loud, but they're subdued.
One of the people I've heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, you know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly
a real nail biter. It's not even close.
University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour,
oh my
at
God,
least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically, these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe that those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference.
They found ballots? Is that what she's saying?
She said they found ballots in Pennsylvania.
Oh, look at that. How convenient.
That's some bullshit right there.
About what those votes are going to say? Are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. They're clear-eyed. And people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour,
people, I swear
we
to
have
you.
been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically with very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play. And I do also think that it's my understanding of, they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round. And North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to...
I can't listen to this crock of shit.
Fuck them saying, oh, we found ballots. And yeah, fucking.
Yeah, that ain't.
Fuck them. Maybe you'll see, the riots start in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania. Who knows? Going back to our original question.
I know. I mean, where's the tantrum going to start if it's looking like Trump is the next president of the United States?
Yeah.
So I now have Trump at 230 electoral votes. What do you guys have?
We have 216 still.
216, 193.
So Google just updated. Trump's got 230. Harris has 179.
Well, let's just update our whole website here and see. Nope, 216, 193. Fox is being very cautious. That's one thing that I will give to them.
And now it just changed. Harris up. It's still Trump at 230, but Harris updated to 187.
Oh.
Okay, we have her at 193.
Right, and you guys got Trump at 216. I got him at 230 over here from the Associated Press. With Trump having 55.6 million votes and Kamala having 50.6 million votes.
Yep. I've got 55.7 for Trump.
Gotcha. I'm thinking maybe some more reporting happened in some of these blue states. That's what it is. California started reporting.
Yep.
Maybe that's where this came from.
66.
We will see what happens. So California is only 17% reporting, though. So that's kind of, Oregon's at 58% reporting. And there are a couple of counties in Oregon. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 that went straight red for Trump. Okay. And you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ones that have are in Trump's favor, but they're not solid blue yet. They're just in his favor. The rest of the majority of Oregon is in Trump's favor, which is very odd.
Let me take a look at that. So it's
go back and look at the Oregon. Oregon's kind of looking interesting, guys.
Let's check out them counties. All right. So it's all red. Let's see. What do we got? 65%.
It's all red. You got
Lane.
the shoots. Lane County. Clackamas. Lincoln. Yeah, big turnout for her in Washington.
Not well, Clackamas is Portland area and all the surrounding suburbs. We don't have Columbia reporting or YAML reporting.
Not yet. So I mean, it's still interesting, and in thinking about the idea of how far we are in the reporting stages. We haven't got anything out of Hawaii yet. We haven't got anything out of Alaska yet. Okay, so in the California reporting is only at 17%. So, and I'm seeing, watching Trump sit at 56.1 million votes now on my end. I have this feeling, man, he might surpass this 81 million. It may just in fact happen.
Well, it depends what those ballots that they found in Pennsylvania, who they voted for.
Yeah. That don't matter. We already got 56.
He's increasing his lead in Michigan. He's increasing his lead in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Almost a 4-point lead. Virginia, he's down by about 2 points, 2.25. He is still winning North Carolina, and he is crushing it in Georgia. 91% of the precincts reporting. Unless we find some more ballots.
Oh, I'm sure they need to find like 500,000 ballots somewhere.
Yeah. Ozark's got 230 on his map.
Okay.
So
the only one he's not looking really great in is Virginia, right?
Yep.
And we said from the onset that it would be amazing if he were able to capture Virginia, which he was leading at 1 point.
Yeah.
And there's still a chance that he could win that.
There is a chance. There is a chance that he could win it. Let's see here.
Are you there?
North Carolina went back to solid red for me, by the way.
There we go.
Good.
Yeah. It was teetering for a while there, but it's now back to solid red. Let's see here. We are North Carolina is 89% reporting. So I would say it's probably a safe bet to call it for Trump.
Impossible job, but to try to convince this administration to put in proper policies that would allow us to secure the border.
Well, you got 88% of the precincts reporting. I mean, it depends on where they're going to get the extra ballots.
They weren't going to do it, and sure enough, they didn't. And that's why we see all of the chaos that exists today. And what's really frustrating to every single Border Patrol agent is when we go to them and we stay within their own parameters. These were what they said that they were willing to do, and then of course they rejected it out of
Pennsylvania's still looking good.
That their base would reject them. This is an administration that just didn't.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is looking good.
Michigan
only cared about their base, and now we're seeing that widely.
And he's taking a lead in Wisconsin.
Everything that this administration.
And he's still leading in Minnesota, which I think that's fantastic. Maybe the snow has hampered the turnout.
Right.
So I want to point something out for North Carolina, though. You guys realize that we had a pretty good turnout here so far from what I'm seeing, and we don't have fucking roads, and we have interstates shut down. Like,
yeah.
Just something to think about. Roll around in your little noggin. There's people that lost their cars, but somehow they're still making it to the polls.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. In Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia County, she's underperforming big time by 200,000 votes.
Sweet. Hey, look, there's an emergency radio.
Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the
Maybe that's
free
the 300,000 ballots that they found.
So, I actually own an emergency radio, emergency weather band radio that you can actually program to the exact county that you live in and get emergency updates where it'll actually tone up and let you know if there's a tornado coming or something.
Yeah. I've got 3 of them.
And that would have never been something I would have purchased until we got the Helene disaster. Because as far as where I live, we don't suffer from we don't get earthquakes or tornadoes or shit really. We don't get that shit where I am.
Right.
It's not a thing. But after this, I'm like, you know what? I'm buying one. So I did. I got a Midland, and it's pretty nice. I like it.
They come in handy.
Yeah, it's AC power, battery backup, and I've got batteries falling out the bunghole. So there's, we're good. We're good.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's listen in to what Mr. John Bachman has to say.
Not very much, but he has built a little bit of a lead, as you can see. Almost 3 points in Pennsylvania right now. Similar situation in Wisconsin. Almost has a 3-point lead there. And it has been razor thin all night, but it has been consistently, both of these states, consistently showing Donald Trump in the lead for about the last hour and a half. Also wanted to note, Michigan, just a moment ago, Donald Trump took the lead in Michigan. He's now up 49% to 48%. Again, less than a percentage point separates the two candidates.
So they're behind
these
on that.
things are
They're way
tight.
behind.
Also, if we look at Arizona here, Donald Trump is out to the tiniest of lead with 55% of the vote in, 49.7% to 49.5%. Very close margins in Arizona. 55% of the vote counted so far. But remember, Maricopa County, the most populous county in Arizona, we were told it's going to take a little while for them to finally count all the votes. So while we see Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin,
I got reports from Arizona that they should have a result tonight.
It could take a
they were
long
saying
time
yesterday
before
that
the final
it might take
results are in. But right now, Bianca, things are looking very good for Donald Trump.
Especially that blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan. Let's bring in our panel now. We have the editor-in-chief at the Post Millennial, Libby Emmons, and also former Trump campaign aide and author of Wicked Game, Rick Gates. Welcome in. Great to have you with us. You said it's election day, it's election night. Soon it's going to be election morning, and we are watching this. Rick, get into the head of Kamala Harris right now in the campaign, because all they can do is do what we're doing, is watch and wait.
Well, I think right now they're not making any more comments, and I think that they are watching the votes slowly slip away in a lot of the key states. And look, I think, over the course of the next 24, 48 hours, when they start analyzing things, they're going to realize that a lot of the things that have been discussed, what's going to happen with independents, where are they going to go, what about Latinos, what about black males, all of those now seem to be, trending true, not just across one state, so they're not one-offs, but they are, across multiple states. And so when you look at Georgia and North Carolina, we're going to be able to analyze this over the next, couple of days. This is all great news for Donald Trump. It means that his vision, his idea for where he wanted to take America resonated much more soundly than Kamala Harris's. So she's obviously not having a good night. It's going to be hard to explain a lot of the rationale for why Donald Trump was able to pull off what he did, given the adversity that he's been up against. So it's going to be fun watching the Harris team, and more importantly, let's see what Joe Biden's going to do. I heard it looked like he was binging on Netflix tonight, among other things. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow as well.
There was a picture on X showing Joe Biden in a red suit going to vote, which people were like, oh, it's just interesting kind of fodder. But yeah, there you have it. Libby, women, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought with this abortion issue she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich, liberal women in the suburbs. But I guess economy, safety of their kids, those are kind of things women care about as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more things that women care about other than the right to kill their babies before they're even born. So I think that backfired.
Oh, I love how they worded
it's also
that.
a hard sell for a lot of women who have
Well, it's
daughters, who have
true.
wives, who
Yep.
have sisters, all of whom have mothers, who look at that and say, you know, that's not the most important thing to the women in my life. The most important thing is the grocery bill, is making sure that they can get their kids to school, you know, without breaking the bank on a tank of gas, and making sure that our crime is down in our communities and that our border is secure. So there's a lot more that women care about other than this one issue that Kamala Harris has staked her entire campaign on. And I think, you know, I think that's pretty great. We've been saying for a long time on the conservative side that just because you're part of some identity group and you check a specific box, that doesn't mean you vote as a monolith, or that your interests are all, you know, what they're prescribed to be by the powers that be and want them to be that way. So I think that's really great. And I'm glad to see that so many women did come out for Trump.
Yeah, and you know, you got to wonder, Rick, where the soul searching begins for the Democratic Party. Obviously, they have made the entire thing about gender and identity politics. They pursued these woke ideas. You could talk about the border policy and how at the last minute Joe Biden signed these executive orders that actually did do a little bit to stem the flow of immigration after telling us for years that he needed Congress to act. And again, we caution that these numbers might not hold up, but things are trending very positively for Donald Trump. If he does win, do you think Democrats are willing to be, you know, show a little contrition on some of these policies, or do they just double down on everything that they've stood for?
Oh, no, I think this is judgment day for the Democrats. And, you know, if I were Republicans, I would just sit back for the next 48 hours and just let the Dems go at each other, point fingers, lay the blame. You know, we don't even need to, you know, really come out and analyze anything. And I think that when you listen to what the Democrats are going to say, there will be a lot of blame game. But there's going to be a lot of I think, conversations over the agenda, the policy issues, the inability of Kamala Harris to communicate those policies. I think, obviously, there will be a lot of second guessing on should she have been our nominee? Should we have done a primary or a convention at least to select somebody? There's going to be a lot of issues that are raised by the Democratic Party. I think that they'll try to quickly find a couple of people that can fill the gap. Obviously, I think Kamala, you know, kind of obviously she'll serve out as vice president, but, you know, will kind of disappear from the national stage after that. And you'll see a new crop of Democrats, maybe Josh Shapiro, Pritzker, you know, Murphy, others that will try to claim the mantle. But it's going to be a difficult time for Democrats to kind of explain among each other, you know, what happened in all this, because, you know, we still got the Senate and the House to watch too. You know, we haven't talked a lot about down ballot races. So those will be important. But I think all in all, the Democrats are going to do a lot of soul searching on their strategy and whether or not they were focusing on the right issues.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. And, you know, again, we are maybe a long way away from this thing actually being called. But again, Donald Trump now has a lead. He's above 50% in Wisconsin with 72% of the votes in Pennsylvania. He's above 50% at 51% now with 78% of the votes being in. Also showing a lead in Michigan now, a tiny little lead in Michigan with 40% of the votes coming in, leading in Arizona as well.
And not a surprise, California, we're calling the race for Adam Schiff. Now a senator, but that's, you know, Kamala also won California. We called that. Libby, we have about 10 seconds, but this is how it would break. We pretty much saw that. Even though California, though, so decimated, you know, the amount of tax people pay. There's been an exodus to other states like Nevada, but your just reaction there to California. We now have Shifty Schiff as the senator.
Yeah, can they censure Adam Schiff for lying about Ukraine if once he gets to the Senate? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe they should get on that. I think it's a shame. You know, we're going to have to deal with Adam Schiff ever again. But, you know, congrats to Mr. Schiff. May he continue to destroy things and lie from the Senate this time instead of just from the House.
Libby Emmons, Rick Gates, really appreciate your comments tonight. Thanks so much for being with us for our extended coverage. Still nighttime here, not 12 a.m. yet. State of the race. Thank you both.
Fun tonight.
Yeah, we will.
Good to see you.
And we are. They're having fun at the watch party right there. That is West Palm Beach. Right now, we're
still a lot of pensive faces out there. You know, again, we're waiting for these
Of
final results. We're
course.
kind of in this holding pattern right now because
Cautiously
we know
optimistic.
Pennsylvania and Arizona and some of these states take a very long time to count these votes. So this is the hard part.
It's the fun part too.
It's fun, yeah, but hard.
Yeah.
Hard work is good work. Someone said that a lot on the campaign
Over and
trail.
over and over. All right, so let's take you out to the West Coast, where it is a little bit earlier there. We have Emmy-nominated journalist, author Jason Matera. He is live for us. Las Vegas, that is Clark County, Nevada. Polls closed there at 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. Jason, great to see you. Talk to us about the feeling and the sentiment in the room that you are in.
Yeah, great to see you, Bianca and John. We're at Sam Brown's watch party. He's trying to overtake the incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And the RNC officials that we spoke to, they have a cautious optimism, and that's because there's about a 40,000 vote lead Republicans have now on Democrats. Basically, they flipped the switch, meaning usually there's a speaker who is about to be introduced behind me. But basically, Democrats usually have the lead coming into Election Day, and now Republicans do, and Democrats are trying to play catch-up. So that's why there's a feeling of optimism. But as one RNC official told me, they want a lead that's too big to question, in their words. And they are dealing with the Harry Reid Nevada machine after all. So votes are still being counted. In fact, they can be counted up until Friday night and Saturday, if you can believe it. A long way to go, but things are hopeful for Republicans.
Well, hope is good. And, Sam Brown's an inspirational character. He's obviously, suffered the wounds of war and wears those publicly and has just run a really inspiring race in Nevada. Jason, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. We'll check back in with you when we get some more news.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, let's welcome in our next guest, Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Okay. Do we have Jesse Jane Duff? Okay.
So when you talk about Nevada and you look at Clark County, where there's so many people that you would think no tax on tips would be great. You know, you're working casinos and, bartenders, sort of the gig, economy, which you see a lot of in California as well. But, it's that Democratic kind of mentality here and sort of the Harry Reid machine where they have such a ground game. It's been sort of that muscle memory, and they know how to flex it. And that's what we were saying in these past few days. It was all going to be about a ground game. But you look at other states that you were talking about as we came back. When you look at Michigan, and we're looking at Wisconsin, where these are sort of now becoming must hold for Kamala Harris. So, okay, Nevada, may not go Trump's way. That is, 6 electoral votes. You're looking at Wisconsin, you're looking at Michigan. These are not states that she can afford to lose.
No, absolutely not. And I think the other thing, too, that we're seeing from this is when you don't have a pandemic and everything that goes on with the pandemic, and when laws aren't changed, in the same degree.
Tell me.
Last minute.
North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump.
Woo!
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
90% in, and he's up 2 points.
Did you get your quote confirmed?
I did get my quote confirmed. We have from Fox News. They talked with a Harris campaign spokesperson, and the message from the Harris campaign is that Kamala is going to bed. They said, quote unquote, let's just see how things look in the morning. Good night.
Wow. So, I want to give a throwback to 2016, whenever Trump won the election in the Clinton campaign. Hillary had all her people waiting for her and didn't even come out to address them. Isn't it funny how they run with their tails tucked between their legs?
Right. Well, she can't come out and
I'm
make
just
a statement.
saying.
She can't make a statement, a press conference, and
okay. So
she can't stay up and say I give up. Congratulations, Donald Trump.
You have right now, just for everybody, what I'm seeing number wise, you have 54.1 million registered voters that went out and showed you support. You cannot give them 5 minutes of your fucking time to come out and say, hey, I want to thank you for supporting me. Y'all are great. Maybe we'll get them next time, but this year was not our year. So anything.
Yeah.
You're going to leave them high and dry. And maybe that's why, ladies and gentlemen, maybe what Hillary did is a direct result of what we're seeing now in this current election. She burned her people. The Democratic Party, a woman running, burned the Democratic Party. Okay. Yeah. So, and I'm not saying that to be degrading toward women or saying it's a woman thing. So don't interpret it that way. I'm just saying, this is twice in a row now where you're hearing about a woman Democrat running for president where she did not come out to address. So we'll see what happens. I'm hopeful that she will, though. Maybe she will.
Maybe.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, she hasn't talked to the press or anybody since she started her campaign. So
why start now?
Dude, James, maybe she just found a good wiener to suck on and she's currently preoccupied.
Maybe Mr. Brown is visiting her.
Yeah, well, Willie's consoling her at Howard University because we know Doug Emhoff isn't there.
Right. Where's Dougie Poo?
Dougie's out beating up other women. That's his big thing.
Oh, yeah.
So California.
That reminds me, one of our listeners is saying Hillary Clinton kind of did the same thing, didn't she? She never thanked her people for voting for her.
Right. That's what I was just saying. She never came out. She had people waiting for her because everybody thought Hillary had it in the bag.
Yep.
So I don't know how many people she had in that stadium where she was. I think there was there was thousands of people, man. And she didn't even come out to address them. And I remember watching it live, and they got the camera panning around, and they had the mic on. It was a hot mic, and you heard the people there saying things like, "She's not even going to come out. Like, should we go home?"
Right.
She never made it on stage, and everybody's just kind of wandering around like, what?
They didn't know what to do. They were all just wandering around like zombies that needed to feed on brains or something. They weren't getting their fix. They were just like, what do we do?
Yep.
And she and the proper thing to do would be come out and just, address the people and say, hey, we didn't win, but you guys, we tried, and that's what matters. Anything of inspiration. Yeah. But instead, you don't even come out. And I mean, this is a time you got to think you had Lady Gaga riding on the side of garbage trucks. You had Miley Cyrus endorsing Hillary. There were so many big name celebrities.
All the Diddy, and it's Diddy fans.
Diddly do fans. Yeah. So I'm just saying though, she should have came out. But so something I wanted to mention is that California's 37% reporting. Okay. And if you look at the state of California right now, it is currently the center of the state is favoring red. And I don't know what that means. I haven't been around California enough to understand the demographic there. I've only really ever been to LA. Right. And I'm looking around at the state and I'm zooming in here and I'm seeing you've got all these counties that are dead center of California that are all favoring red. So at 37% reporting, I'm kind of wondering if things aren't going to take a turn there a little bit.
We'll see. I mean, a lot of
the problem is Northern California and they're in the valley, those red counties that you're seeing.
Right.
They're workaday people. They're blue collar. They're farmers. They're manufacturers. And there's not a great population. The population for California is in San Francisco all the way down to L.A. and
right.
and
I'm just kind of curious about the numbers right now. Right now she's leading, about 2 million votes. Okay. But I'm kind of curious as these other counties start reporting and things go further, what that number is actually truly going to be. Like, how much of the vote is she actually going to gain?
Yeah.
And for those of you that are listening and can't see right now, Trump is ahead with the popular vote by about 4 million votes currently. Say 4.1 million approximately. Trump is ahead. And I don't know what you guys have for your electoral votes right now, but I'm showing on my end 230 versus 205. What do you guys have?
Well, we just got another state that was called. Virginia is being called for Kamala Harris. And we currently have it at 232 to 211.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's still a tight race. Makes you wonder how long this is going to go into the night.
Well, it's very suspect that the Harris campaign is saying, let's see what happens in the morning to me.
Yeah, I agree. But on my end, we're also about to crack 60 million votes. Oh, we just did it. We just cracked 60 million. We're at 60.1 million for Trump.
Yep.
There you go. So we are effectively 20
million.
million votes away from breaking Joe Biden's record in the 2020 election, ladies and gentlemen. It's good numbers, Scooter.
I like those numbers. Let's see. I was just looking.
Wisconsin, update on Wisconsin, 70% of the votes in. He's still up by about a little over 3 points. In Michigan, he's up 5 points with 41% in. Pennsylvania,
he's up by 4 points.
Up
3.5.
Just got an update. The Republicans will officially gain the Senate with at least 51 seats.
Woo-hoo!
Nice. So we've got the Senate.
Nebraska Senate seat, Fisher beat Osborne, the independent.
In Arizona?
Nebraska.
Oh, Nebraska. Oh, nice. She came back. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm kind of curious though, like, because this is still too tight to call, and like what I've saw in past elections is, sometimes when we go to sleep, is when a lot of things start changing, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how slightly mentioned, it's kind of ominous that the Harris campaign mentioned. We'll see what happens in the morning.
Right.
It's very ominous, you know, as you previously stated. So, I'm like kind of hanging in here on these electoral numbers currently, but I'm very happy currently with the popular vote numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because I want, because the last election, Trump getting the electoral vote but not getting the popular vote, and they were like, we need to do away with the electoral college. I want them to get both this time so they can eat their own asses.
Exactly.
Like, that's all it is.
Fuck you. Exactly.
You go ahead, have a taste of that shit, you bum. Let me know how it is. So Google's not far off from where you're at. Whose stream do we have up there on the board there currently?
Newsmax. Here, let's listen in for a little bit. Yeah.
Actually, I was going to ask you if you couldn't pop Associated Press on there just to see if Google is delayed. Can you do that?
Sure. Give me. Let's see. Let's see if I can't find it.
This blue wall here, we have not heard much from the Kamala campaign. You know,
they don't have anything to say.
Said that she could have moved. As of 9:45, there was clearance. Rick Leventhal, host of the Rick Leventhal Report right here on N2, is going to join us, but no, still very quiet. And I said it's early. I'm somewhat being facetious. It's not early, but it's actually not that late yet. We knew we would be in for a long haul this historic election.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we're going to get an official decision tonight. That's what I'm hearing, at least, that we may not know for sure until sometime tomorrow. You know, they're still counting votes in many states, and the counts won't be official until then. But it certainly looks like Trump is in a pretty commanding lead. And you know, I started to talk about his rallies earlier. He held the most incredible, entertaining, and energetic rallies, and he proved to people who were maybe doubting his age that he can handle it. You know, he's got amazing energy, and he knows how to work a crowd. He, I think, won a lot of people over by continuing to perform, to show up and fill arenas and talk to people and entertain them, but also share his vision for the future. And that vision resonated with a lot of Americans. If Donald Trump actually wins the popular vote against all odds and against all projections, wouldn't that be a remarkable thing?
Yes, it would. And I love that, you know, he has so much energy. He landed at 5:35 this morning after doing 4 rallies in 3 battleground states. He landed in West Palm Beach. It was funny because during the campaign at one point when Kamala was getting really desperate, she started to say how tired he was. And this was before they went back hardcore on January 6th and abortion. But remember there was that window where she's just like, he's exhausted. And she was doing no campaign events and he was doing so many. Yeah. And it's like, we don't believe your lying eyes, just like the cheap fakes. Everything they say is it's just gaslighting American people. And that was really, really something to see when she was trying to say how tired Donald Trump was. At one point she said he canceled. He's like, I didn't cancel any interviews. She was the one who was ducking the media. And ducking the media she did. Not one news conference. Not one news conference. And she would be the first candidate if she was able to pull something like this off with ever doing that.
Yeah, I think that was a huge miscalculation and a huge mistake. Well, obviously now it looks like it was. But the fact is, I don't think she could have handled a real press conference. I don't think she could have handled all of those questions. She proved that she can't. She proved that she couldn't answer questions on the fly. She couldn't answer direct questions. She had to, hem and haw and then go back to her standard campaign speech. She wasn't prepared to be president. She's not prepared to be president. She proved that in the way that she handled the press. You have to put yourself out there.
If you're just joining us, this is the Beans and Weenie Show, a Slightly Doomed 2024 election coverage with Jester Dooms, James from Slightly Serious, and myself. I'm producer Scooter. Tonight's show is brought to you by Jester'sVoice.com, the home of Doom Daily Show and its Doomsday podcast, as well as Adventure Passport Travel. And that's APassTravel.com. Did I get that right slightly?
You did.
APassTravel.com. All your travel needs in one place, concierge style.
Concierge
style.
Concierge.
So you asked me to do something for you, and you know what? I got up and went and took a piss. We want to thank everybody that's out there watching us tonight, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Please be sure to like, share, and follow the Beans and Weenie Show's Doom channel, as well as the Slightly Doom channel. Now, getting back to what you were asking me about there, Jester. So we've got Fox up on the board. They're showing 212 to 232 electoral counts, 60 million votes for Donald J. Trump, 56 million votes for Kamala Harris. And if we jump over to the Associated Press, they're coming in at 205 and 230. So there's a discrepancy with what the Associated Press is calling for.
Right. And they are. And it's funny to me, Google being like the largest search engine out there is using the Associated Press. Anyway, I'm also going to go take a piss, Scooter. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Good for you.
There you go.
Let's just.
Thank you.
I have some updated. Let's see. It just changed really instantly here again.
Uh-oh.
Let me refresh the Poly Market and see what it has to say.
And he put himself out there.
Rick, I'm getting a hard rap here from you. We're going to have you back, though. We got Rick with us throughout the evening. We got to get to a commercial break here. You know how it works.
Pulling an all-nighter, Rick. We're going to take a break.
We got to pay the bills here. All right, don't go anywhere. Our election night coverage continues right here on N2.
All right, go ahead.
Well, it's still looking like the popular vote winner is going to be 92% chance of him getting the popular vote as well.
Sweet.
So that's up. Let's see. Politics. Let's see what the just overall odds are. Just wow. Presidential election winner, 97% that it'll be Donald Trump.
I would have to agree.
They want to say that it's all this close and all that. I don't think it's what they think. Even Kalshi.com is at 94%. Have individuals? Are you interested in any individual states?
Well, I've already got all the results for the state of Oklahoma, but
well, like Nevada, they're saying the odds-on favorite is Donald Trump at 80%.
Sweet.
And I want to see what they say about Minnesota.
Have they projected Burns, your senator, the new senator from the state of Nevada? Has he been projected as the winner?
The winner? I don't think we have that much vote in yet. Let me look. Nevada. Yeah, we have no votes in yet.
Well, okay, so I'm showing right now in Nye County, outside of Clark.
Yeah.
Okay, they're reporting about what are they reporting here? They've got about 10 or 15%. Trump is leading 17,000 votes to Kamala Harris 6,100. So that's the only that's all I've got, and that's the big that goes up through Tonopah and in the middle where nobody lives, where all the uranium mines are.
Gotcha. Let's see. I'm getting some information here. What is this? Wisconsin.
We can listen into John Bachman and
Pennsylvania.
We'll check on the vibes there in just a moment, but we do want to update you on the Senate races across the country and the projection. Republicans were expected to take back control of the Senate. It looks like we're getting very close to that type of situation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map here of these Senate races, and we're going to start in Pennsylvania, where Dave McCormick has opened up a 2-point lead on Bob Casey right now, with 79% of the vote counted so far in Pennsylvania. But again, we are expecting significant delays for the final call in Pennsylvania. And Mike Rogers now has opened up the tiniest of leads in Michigan in that Senate race against Alyssa Slotkin. He has a 0.3 of a percentage point lead there in Michigan. As we move to Wisconsin now, Eric Hovde is very close to getting 50% there. He has almost a 2-point lead on Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat in that state. And again, we're starting to see maybe some effects of the Donald Trump coattails in a state like Wisconsin and Michigan as well. As we move further west to Montana, another key pickup for Republicans. If they can keep this lead, it looks like they're going to be able to do that. Tim Sheehy is out to a commanding lead from John Tester. Only 15% of the vote is in Montana, but Tim Sheehy, as expected, has opened up a bit of a lead there. Now, as we move down to Arizona, a different story there. We see Ruben Gallego, the Democratic congressman. He has a lead above Kari Lake, 52 to 45%, and there's 54% of the vote in. So there's an overlook of where things stand in these U.S. Senate races. And the balance of power, Republicans do need 51 seats in the United States Senate to gain control. We're also going to see a difference in the leadership in the Senate. There's that hotly contested race to see who's going to replace Mitch McConnell as a GOP Senate leader. So we'll see how that all shakes out if Republicans can maintain these leads.
And I think you also may not have mentioned, too, Bernie Moreno winning.
Yes, in
Ohio. We watched some of his
and Deb Fischer, too, also was just declared the winner in Nebraska, too. So those two pickups. We were talking about the state still open, but Deb Fischer has secured a victory in Nebraska, and Bernie Moreno, as we reported earlier, has secured victory in Ohio. Rick Scott also winning in Florida, too, in a race, and then Ted Cruz in Texas as well. All right, so there's some other victories. You see the red on the map there. Those were the Senate races. Republicans, as expected, picking up some seats tonight.
We want to now go out to our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who is at the Kamala Watch Party at her alma mater, Howard University. We hear the crowds. We don't see them, but they're starting to filter in behind you because they're off to the side there. James, you were saying that there wasn't really there was some anxious, feelings there. Tell us what the sentiment is right now. I know you said after 9:45 she could have come to where this location is.
Right. We've received no additional word from the White House press pool, the group of reporters and photographers who are attached to the vice president. They have been holding since around 4 p.m. at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington, ever since the vice president returned from her unannounced visit over to DNC headquarters. And we have not received another update from the White House press pool since 10:18. And that was only to say that they were holding and they had no further information. It seems very clear that if Vice President Harris wanted or saw that there was an opportunity to declare victory tonight, she would already already have been over here at Howard University. The crowd here has seen how former President Trump has maintained a lead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening. They have seen on the giant jumbotron that has been broadcasting CNN here that he has maintained these leads in almost all of the battleground states, and that is wearing on this crowd. They've also been standing, I should point out, since around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of these folks have been standing for 7 to 8 hours. Just looking out at the crowd right now, I can tell you it has not thinned out at all. They are assembled in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here on Howard University, waiting for their candidate. And there's no indication that they're going to be seeing that candidate anytime soon. We also know, by the way, that President Biden, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting, the spectral figure brooding over at the White House, has been making more phone calls. He placed a congratulatory phone call to Angela Brooks, the victorious Democratic Senate candidate in Maryland, and he's also called a number of mayors-elect and governors-elect throughout the evening. But there's no question about it. I've been through previous election nights where, for example, let's say 2012, where President Obama held a commanding electoral college lead over Governor Mitt Romney the entire evening, and you can see that wear on a crowd. That's sort of what the vibe is here. And frankly, it seems the organizers aren't necessarily liking what they're hearing from the jumbotron that is broadcasting CNN here in the yard at Howard University. We know that because they keep turning off the sound and returning us to the steady diet of hip-hop and rap that you can probably hear behind me right now.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Ain't nothing to see here, folks. Keep moving along.
Yeah.
New Mexico is being called.
Oh my God! All that multi-million dollars in supporter funds you get, you can't rent chairs for your people to sit down. I'm just saying.
New Mexico tonight will go Kamala Harris's way.
Yeah, and James reporting there in not any kind of cheers from the crowd. They're not watching intently. One of those things that was expected to happen. Not a big surprise, like some of the results we're getting in other places for Donald Trump. All right, national correspondent Lana Austin is tracking the developments around the country, specifically as it relates to election integrity. She's joining us live now from Washington, D.C. with an update on all of that. Good evening, Alana.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. And so, thankfully, according to numerous national security officials, they are saying there is no evidence of tampering with the votes, any type of foreign election interference with the actual vote process, counting those ballots. However, we know there were a number of hoax bomb threats that came in to various polling locations, causing disruptions temporarily, and numerous officials at the state and federal levels tracing that back to Russian domains, but no credible threats at this point. Now turning to the balance of power, there are a couple of GOP flips making it more and more likely that the Republicans will take control of the U.S. Senate come next year. We want to look at Ohio and West Virginia. Those are two states that heading into election night, Republicans were feeling confident that it was potential to flip there. So Jim Justice and Bernie Moreno expected to come to Washington, D.C. now. We're also tracking that Montana Senate race with Tim Sheehy, as the Republicans had long been hoping to unseat Senator John Tester as well. Now, we also know, looking at the House, there's some interesting developments there. Republicans have had that razor-thin majority that had been in jeopardy for some time. And really, in the final days and weeks of the campaign season, we had been hearing that there were concerns about New York Republicans. It looks as though Congressman Brandon Williams, according to numerous projections, has been unseated by the Democrat candidate in that. There was also Democrat Shamari Figures winning in Alabama's newly drawn second congressional district in the Mobile area. And then, interestingly, looking at Guam, those were some of the first results that were coming in because of the time difference there. And the Republicans actually flipped a non-voting delegate from the Northern Mariana Islands. So that representation, the makeup anyway, would be changing there. But there are still dozens of House races at this point that are going to be quite close. And so even though projections from decision desks say it could potentially be looking as though the Democrats have a chance at taking control of the House, that still remains to be seen. John and Bianca, good to be with you tonight.
All right, great to be with you as well. Alana doing a great job for us. Make sure nothing falls through the cracks tonight. We got it all covered.
We do.
And I also have an update from my sources at Mar-a-Lago. Apparently, Donald Trump is on the move, headed towards the convention center. So we might hear from Donald Trump.
With his entourage of Elon.
I think they're going to have a party tonight.
Elon, Dana White.
There's reports that Mike Johnson is on his way to join Donald Trump tonight.
More confident about where he stands at this point than Kamala Harris.
Heck yeah!
James Rosen has reported.
And the latest update is Kamala Harris. It's being reported that Kamala Harris will be going to her headquarters instead of bed in about an hour.
In Oklahoma. And Newsmax contributor T.W. Shannon joining us now from
T.W.
West Palm
TW.
Beach. T.W.
So if you're the Harris campaign, what do you have Kamala say? Just like she has already said, let's just wait and see what votes come in overnight.
Keep the faith and let the process work.
She's going to say, we messed up.
We suck.
America is doomed.
Or will she
The Jewish people need to hide. And then I'm sure there'll be a cackle in there somewhere.
Yeah.
No, you don't think she'll concede?
No, I don't think she will.
I don't think so either.
Panning out that way, and we're just waiting to see if these leads hold. As you indicated, TW, it's going to be a while before we know definitively on these places. But again, Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania. Michigan, similar story. Wisconsin, similar story. Arizona, similar
She is catching up, though, in the electoral votes. Or I'm not the popular vote. She is catching up. Trump's sitting at 61.8, and she's sitting at 57.6.
That's still
so it is getting closer. Do what?
That's still over 4 million.
Yeah.
Right. I understand that, but it's getting closer.
Well, if you're a gambling man like I am, the odds on that what did I say? 93% chance that he gets the popular vote.
Right.
Here's the beautiful thing: the popular vote just needs to be +1, and that means he won the popular vote.
Right. I know, but I want to see him break the fucking record.
We want a smashing result.
I want to see over 81 million. If it's 81 million, as long as he beats Biden in the 2020 election with his 81 million votes, that's what I want.
Although it has gone down to 90% now, so there's been a little pushback. If you bet $100, you're only going to get $112 back.
So you guys are at 232 and 216 from what I'm seeing on the screen there. I'm still sitting at 230 and 210. Oh, yeah, the stress is killing me, guys.
If you were a gambling person and a big-time Harris supporter, you could lay $100 down and win $1,666 right now,
or lose it all. I mean, that's just
or lose 100.
Just throwing away money. Why are you gonna do that?
Right.
I don't know. It's I'm just waiting to see this electoral college change a little bit. I want to see it go up some more.
Yeah.
You think about the Barack Obama endorsement where he chastised black men and told us we had to all get in line and vote for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. What they missed is Barack Obama is no longer the cool guy from the south side of Chicago. He's the rich guy from Martha's Vineyard, and that's a very different model that they're just not used to. They remind me of the Republicans 15 years ago, where Republicans were somewhat out of touch and we didn't know it. Now the Democrats are dealing with that. We are the party of the working class, and that is a winning model long-term for the next 3 elections, I think.
Don't forget Hawaii, because he has neighbors like Oprah and Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, it's not just Martha's Vineyard.
That's right. Georgetown in Washington, D.C.
And Georgetown.
Oh, and that's for those of you that have been wondering, Hawaii is now officially on the board. 0% reporting, but are voting blue and showing Kamala for 4 electoral votes.
For where?
Hawaii.
For Hawaii.
Yeah, that's already been called. As soon as their voting is over, it's called for the Democrats.
So that's very interesting with 0% reporting.
Well, because they already know there's so many people that are going to vote Democrat. That's why.
Well, I just wonder where they voted at, because if you remember this year, half their fucking state caught on fire.
Yeah, but
that is true. But
and they got $750 checks, but they still haven't gotten
Good
it.
for
yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those go a long way.
$50, which is a shame.
But the problem
especially
is,
in Hawaii, that got them like 2 gallons of milk. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
I got them. Yeah, got them some noodles and stuff. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fucking fantastic what we do for our citizens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Okay, so to go back to the map here, just for updates for everybody, we are widely turning the whole entire U.S. red right now. Currently 62.3 million for Trump, currently 58.1 million for Kamala, and I think your electoral votes are more accurate at 216 and 232.
Yep.
If you're just coming in and you're wondering the numbers, that's what they are. And I got to give a shout out while we're on the show tonight to Big Chief Thunderlung has reached out to me on TikTok, chit-chatting with me a little bit. I haven't seen or heard from him in a while, so just a shout out to Big Chief.
he's been cranking up the TikTok lives. I think he's kind of gone away from the old PB and has kind of moved over.
There you go.
To the ticker talker. And those of you that may just be joining us, this is the Beans and Weenie Show is Slightly Doomed with Jester Dooms, James from Slightly Serious, and myself, producer Scooter. Tonight's show is being brought to you by Jester'sVoice.com, the home for everything Jester. You can get your Doom Daily podcast on there and your It's Doomsday and soon to be all kinds of good merchandise that you can buy to keep yourself prepared.
So I think that, in light of everything that we're seeing taking place around the world right now, I think everybody, preparing for disasters and readiness is an extremely important investment in your life. And for those of you that think this is a big, costly endeavor, it's really not. It's a lot about planning, and planning doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Planning doesn't cost a penny. Okay. So what we're doing is on Jester'sVoice.com, when we launch the Apocalypse outlet, it's basically as you're doing your planning, we're filling in the blanks for you. Okay. And we are giving you the best things possible to fill in those blanks with.
I think I've known them for close to 10 years, and we got to meet for the first time in Milwaukee.
Now, Pappy says that Pennsylvania is burning at the moment. I would not doubt it. None of us had Pennsylvania or any Pennsylvania.
I don't see anything on Google about it.
No, we didn't, and I'm waiting. So I have my biological family and my adopted families up in Pennsylvania, and the only people I really talk to are my biological family, and I haven't gotten anything from like my brother. My sister hasn't posted anything yet, so like I'm kind of waiting to see what transpires from them.
Are they all Democrats?
No, they're all Republican.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Pappy says Blue Mountain area. Check it. So.
Oh, it's a wildfire though. It's not.
Okay, so it's not people. Never.
Well, people could have started the wildfire. Pappy, I'm on your side, brother.
Well, at least that keeps us in the running since
we're still alive.
And at the beginning of the show, we asked a simple question for all of you, and you can put your guesses in the chat. We'll make sure that we take notice of them. So what city and state are going to host the first Democratic tantrum if Donald John Trump is elected our 47th president of the United States? Simple question.
So for those of you that are out there listening, my vote was the state would be Oregon.
Yep.
And my city was Chicago.
And mine, I picked Los Angeles.
Yep.
And the state of Minnesota.
Yep.
Which is so odd.
Now, Ozark, a listener from the beautiful Show Me State, came up with New York City, and we allowed him to have District of Columbia for his state.
Yeah.
And
so Trump has taken a 7-point lead in Michigan with.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, it just went down a little bit, but 46, about a 6 1/4 point lead, with 51% leading, reporting.
He's still leading in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. He's got
about
almost a 3-point
lead in Pennsylvania with 85%.
Yep, he's got 2 points in Georgia,
and 2 points in Georgia.
Yep,
2 1/4.
And if anybody, I know that my guess doesn't count, but if anybody wanted to know what I thought was going to be the first city and state for the Democratic tantrum should Donald J. Trump be elected, I selected Seattle as the city and the state of New York.
I like that. I think those are good, solid selections.
I do too.
From you, Scooter.
Everybody overlooks the producer.
Well, so part of me was thinking some of these North Carolina cities that are being widely ignored. I really wanted to say Asheville, North Carolina was going to be the city, but I was like, nah, it's too predictable.
It is too predictable, and there's nothing left of Asheville. Your Polish liberal socialist mayor over there has destroyed it to begin with.
That fucking city. I hate that fucking city.
But here we are, the blue wall. These are must holds for Kamala Harris. This is probably a nail biter for her. We haven't seen her, of course. She's been
out of sight. Out of
She's
mind.
been hiding.
Not really
Been hiding.
but out of sight for sure. Definitely. All right. Thank you, guys. Great to see you as always.
So good to see them.
Dan, have a cup of coffee. It's going to be a late one for you, too.
4 5.
All right. We're going to have an after party, too.
Woo! After party.
Thing that we all ate at the RNC?
I think so. I think they're going to I think they're going to start their party.
The cuisine.
What did we eat? What did we order? Was it bratwurst?
I had a lot of bratwurst.
Okay, there
Bratwurst? What is she talking about?
She wants a little sausage in her diet.
I'm sure she does.
Anyway, let's welcome in now Bruce Lavelle, Trump campaign surrogate and former small business advocate for the Trump White House. Bruce.
Arizona, he's still leading.
He's still leading by a point over there.
The big news tonight, Bruce, specifically in your home state of Georgia, is how well Donald Trump did with black men in that state. Talk to us about
I'm
that.
sorry. Almost a point.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. This is number 9 for now, right now.
That's a point and a
I was
quarter.
never worried about Georgia. I did talk to the president twice today.
Point and a quarter.
Earlier.
I only
but
see
also when I saw him in Atlanta.
49.24 to 49.90. Oh, it's you're right. No, it's half a point.
Points,
Sorry.
we're going to win. And,
3/4.
The answer to your question on the black man vote, if you want to say the black male vote, that's trending and very strong for President Trump, not just Georgia, but all across the country, is that it's real, and these guys are pretty much fed up. The campaign, as President Trump has challenged, he challenged black culture especially. Look, I ran his diversity coalition. I know this game. He challenged it back in 2016. What the heck do you have to lose? And so
they got
a lot of these guys are
247?
not with Kamala,
Where do they get
and they're with
247
Trump.
from?
And so it's really
I don't
really
know who
going
they're
with someone
throwing
that
in
they
there.
knew who he was all along, but the media, the left media, they went after him and created him, created
Maybe
him
they
to be
put,
some kind of
Pennsylvania
racist and all
and-
this other stuff. The truth got out that he wasn't.
What
of
is it,
course, I knew that.
247?
And
That's
so they're starting to see
15.
this, and they're like, he says, "Are you better off now than you were when I was in office?" And they were like, Trump's
There's
about
no
that
state
money,
that's
man.
15.
I'll vote for him. So yeah, it's a lot of excitement. We're going to deliver Georgia. You see that?
Michigan is 15.
I'm very, very confident about that. Extremely.
Bruce, we've seen so much lawfare with Donald Trump. The weaponized government, and Americans see right through it. But what is happening in Fulton County? Fonnie Willis, the DA.
So the Democrats, an
wins
update on the
re-election.
House.
Now, I know in
The
December
Democrats have
there's sort of a
flipped
hearing to
2
see whether or not
House
she'll lose
seats.
her, bar license. But tell us about why Fonnie
But they're
Willis
still
would win a
they're still
re-election.
behind 1 because the Republicans have
Well,
flipped
listen,
3.
it's a very strong hole in her area in Fulton County. I'm very optimistic that obviously that's going to get overturned, obviously, because, listen, the First Amendment, you have the right to challenge, you have the right to ask a question about an election. We all know that. We know that that's going to get thrown out. But, I'm very perplexed, too. It's like, listen, Fonnie Willis has spent millions and millions of dollars on President Trump and has avoided to take care of other cases that murders, rapes, all kinds of things that created a backlog in Fulton County that's putting a dire distress on the jail system as it is. We all know about that. So
you know,
We're at
I feel very
93%
confident
in
that
Georgia.
that will obviously be overturned also, but
Yeah.
I'm shocked myself on how this person
Still
could
a
do this
2-point
and come
lead.
right back around and win an election. So I'm puzzled just as much as you are, Bianca.
Well, you know, that mugshot that they wanted so bad turned out not to be the defining image, but perhaps the McDonald's fry cook or the garbage truck.
He's back up 6 million votes in the popular.
Laugh there, Bruce Lavelle, and always
Damn,
great to see
yeah,
you.
he is. Wow.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks, John. Thanks, Bianca.
Good to see you, Bruce. All right, let's bring in now host of The Pulse, David Harris, back for more. David, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out some of the other networks and how they're covering this, but the recriminations have apparently started. I just saw something from NBC News, and they're on the topic now of, was it the right decision to replace Joe Biden? You know, we're going to talk about Tim Walz. If these results hold up, you know, Trump
What they don't understand, though,
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona,
is Kamala Harris is basically Joe Biden.
Yes.
What is the current popular vote?
63,119.
Okay, so I'm not updated here yet on my end. So I was curious.
Would he have been a better
we're,
pick?
We're
And,
5
I had
million.
some sources telling me that Josh Shapiro didn't want this job. He treated the interview like he was interviewing Kamala Harris and may have wanted to punt for a better time to run for higher office. I don't know about that. Those are just some of the reports I had. But let's talk about some of these choices that were made by Kamala Harris to be VP, who would be her VP, how she ran her campaign, and the results we're seeing now, David.
Where is Tim Walz? Why haven't we seen Tim anywhere?
I don't know.
I think that Kamala was trying to use that same playbook. You know, she was
Not sure.
hardly giving speeches. She wasn't giving
They put him
conferences.
under the house. He can't go on Howard University.
Tampon Tim Walz. I mean, the guy put tampons in boys' bathrooms. Are you kidding me? How can you pick somebody that did that to school kids, boys, and then expect for any sane American to take you seriously? Yet that is exactly what they thought that they could get away with. They thought they could pick somebody that's very, very, we'll say, sketchy with his history with China and how many times he's been there. He lied about where he was for the event that happened in China. He lied about his service record. He went AWOL and literally left his platoon, left his crew before they were shipped out. I mean, the guy is just nothing good from this guy, and that's who Kamala picked. But again, she didn't fall too far off the coconut tree, as she likes to say, from Joe Biden. Because look at Joe Biden's record. What did Joe Biden do in the last 3.5 years that was good? Nothing. And what did Kamala say when given the opportunity? Kamala, would you do anything different the last 3.5 years? No. Are you kidding me? I mean, common sense slaps that woman and Tim Walz in the face every single day. And Americans saw it, they heard it, they hear her word salads, and they said, why in the world would I trust and entrust the future of our country in the hands of tampon Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, whichever accent she has, depending on who she's talking to. Just all fake.
Yeah.
Nothing real, nothing genuine, and nothing to offer.
I think, too, of course, there'll be the Monday morning quarterbacking, when we see how this all shakes out. And we're still waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, so other battleground states. But I think there'll also be a look just from 2022 to what we know now. Hunter Biden censoring the laptop, the media's involvement, Elon Musk buying X, and sort of this sense in the world where we have leaders who aren't leading, and they are actually do they really have Americans' best interests? Who are these people trying to indoctrinate our kids, allowing, compromise?
It's amazing how
governments,
close it was in New York, though.
At the highest level
He was only losing by
everyone
11
who's willing
points.
to cover for them already being establishment. So, Donald Trump, we talk about this, he's not your traditional, he's an outsider. And a Donald Trump candidacy, 47, not 45. He's battle tested. He's learned.
He
a
lost
lot.
New York
This
by
would be
23
very
points
different.
last
So I can only
election
imagine
season
sort of the
compared to
fear that's
11.
going through, the panic, not just on the legacy media, David, but also with the fact that for the first time in a long time, the people who are in power may actually be leading Americans who have chosen, who have taken back the power as we the people with this historic election.
Yeah, they have. We, the people, have woken up with a champion and a leader of America, Donald J. Trump. He has revived the spirit of patriotism in this country, and partly due to the fact that the Democrat elite have gone after him with everything. All of the lawsuits, all the time in court, raiding his house in Mar-a-Lago, attempted assassination. They tried to kill this man, and yet he still came out fighting. Fight, fight, fight. He still came out fighting. And then, after the attempted assassination, he definitely acknowledged and honored that God was the one that was keeping him alive so that he could fight for the United States of America. The Republican Party will never be the same. I saw that the numbers in Georgia for the black vote, black men, 25% of black men in Georgia voted for President Donald J. Trump. Are you kidding me? That is historic over the last 60 years, where Democrats have gotten 90 to 95% of the vote from the black community. This country is shifting, it is changing, it is becoming more patriotic, and when we win, I'm declaring it right now, when we win, we cannot forget the spiritual battle that we're in that's trying to go after our children, trying to go after our babies, trying to cut off perfectly good body parts with our kids, and trying to just shut up anybody that wants to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that he's already got in place. As you said, way different story from 2016 to 2020. Now he knows who the swamp is. He knows who he can trust. He's already surrounded himself with incredible people that are going to make our country healthy again, safe again, prosperous, and great again. It's going to be an incredible, incredible 4 years. Hopefully, if and when President Trump gets in the Oval Office.
Preach, David Harris Jr.
Right. Hopefully, it's not an if and when. Hopefully, it's now and tonight.
Exactly.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay.
So we have some breaking news here. The Harris campaign apparently has just shut off the sound and the TVs at her watch party. They have replaced
Oh,
it with
Jesus
music
Christ,
after a
no
guest on
way.
CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned out there,
Boom.
and the mood is
What I say,
obviously
what I
downcast.
say.
That's one report on X that I saw.
Slightly.
Asked James Rosen, can you confirm this?
Yes.
You ready?
Back,
You ready?
yes.
You ready for your desk pop?
When you turn down the music,
Love to
kind
hear that.
of switch it
Turn
up.
out the lights. The music's off. Maybe time to go home for the Harris campaign. But again, we're not officially calling.
Oh
anything
my
yet,
God.
But a lot of signs pointing in that direction.
Well, I think too, we sort of saw the shift in after her, DNC speech, and they really got, an infusion because people were just happy it wasn't Joe Biden, right? Like we have to remember that the way the dominoes fell. So sure, she was going to get that bounce, but then to insulate her from the press, and then to have all these sort of surrogates that are coming out calling people garbage sitting president, women, and then the whole sort of. The fact that we are looking at sort of people who are using this contempt language towards America, it doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think Governor Huckabee was spot on tonight when he says, you start going after the American people, and people are going to say, do we really want to vote for you?
And that's one thing, too. I mean, it's one thing to criticize people and the supporters in the heat of the moment in the campaign, but what we're seeing now is that after the results, too, a lot of the left-wing media are criticizing the American public because they want closed borders. And they're electing Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting to see if these leads hold up, how the left-wing media, who's been so negative, calling Trump supporters Hitler and Nazis, how they handle the day after, so to speak. All right, we got to get to a commercial break again. We'll be right back. Bianca De La Garza, to my side here, John Bachman. More special coverage of Election Night 2024 as a crowd gathers. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center, and we do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
Can't wait to see what he has to say.
Ooh, boy, I'll tell you what, I'm ready for some change. That's, that should have been Trump's fucking slogan.
Hope and
That should
change, baby.
Obama-
No.
Hope and change. That should have been what it was. He should have pulled the exact same slogan that fucking Obama pulled back in 2008.
Well, I think we're doing what Kamala Harris wants us to do, and that's turn the page.
Exactly.
We are going to turn the page.
She's pulling playbook. She's pulling tactics right from Hillary's playbook, man. Come on. Come on.
And she's stealing Trump's ideas. No tax on tips, no tax on Medicare.
I dream of this beautiful society where we don't have any federal tax at all. In fact, we don't have state tax. We don't have income tax. We don't have any of this.
No. Tariffs, baby.
We just have a higher increased sales tax.
No.
And
screw that.
Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. Take away, Scooter, take away your federal tax, take away your state income tax, get rid of it all.
Yeah.
And just charge 5% more at the grocery stores and Walmart and things like that. Because you know what? If the American people are pissed, they could say we're not spending money and watch the government fall.
Well, there you go. But see,
there you go.
We could get rid of all of the tax, all of the federal tax. We get rid of the tax on gasoline and everything that the feds take out of it. And we could just have tariffs. And we could charge.
Get rid of the IRS.
Exactly. Get rid of the IRS. Charge the people who are sending products into our country. Have a little bit more accountability.
Yeah.
So I fully believe the IRS is bullshit. Like the entire system of the IRS is bullshit. So you're going to create a system to tax. You're going to create a system to regulate what we do so you could take our money.
Yep.
Because you can't successfully regulate this, so you need to hire somebody and pay them out of our money to do so. I'm sorry, what? No. Let's do away with all that and just do higher taxes on goods. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
And make this go from municipality to city to county to state and let them send the money up the chain. And if your citizens are pissed, like if you're a county commissioner and you're doing a shitty job and all your citizens start shopping at the next county over, you're going to be like, wow, we're losing money. We ought to get our shit together. It gives people the power back,
So
That's all.
I'm taking a look at Georgia, and there's 2 counties, and someone needs to explain this to me. They are not reporting any percent, 0% in 2 counties.
Yeah, down in Brooks and Clinch. They're gonna be Republican, and for whatever reason, to be candid with you, because they had the bomb threat. I know polls were allowed to stay open later in certain parts in 5 counties in Georgia. But
and then there's 1 county in North Carolina that's not or in Pennsylvania that's not reporting, and that's Cameron County.
They may just have to be hand counted,
Every other county is like in the mid to upper 90 percentile, except for York County, but that's already leaning Trump anyways.
Yeah, you've got to worry about Philadelphia and Chester and the surrounding counties, Montgomery.
Where's Chester at?
It's Philadelphia. It's right around there. Right. And they're stuck on 81%. So 19% of the vote. So if we did some quick math, let's see here. Just take Chester.
Chester County.
So about 300,000 votes. So what does that number turn into for the extra 19%? And will that change the vote total?
Not by that much.
Because Trump is leading, he's leading by about
200,000. A little less than 200,000, right?
About 180,000. So,
well, the 85% is 267,000, right?
Right. So it's about 48,000 votes that would.
Okay, so that's not going to matter that much.
Shouldn't matter. But see, you've got Montgomery County with another 300,000 votes, 77. So that's 23% outstanding, supposedly. So conceivably,
So 400,000, a quarter of 400,000 is 100,000. And then you got to go split it up 60-40.
Yeah.
Or 61-37. So
well, unless you do unless you do 2020. So all those ballots could come in for Joe Biden. They could actually be 2020 ballots left over that they had.
Well,
yeah, that's probably it's probably why they can't cheat, is because they probably had all the ballots pre-marked over in New York. You heard about that tractor trailer United States Postal Service drove from New York to Pennsylvania and dropped off thousands and thousands of ballots.
Yeah.
But they probably forgot they didn't have time to change it from Joe Biden's name to Kamala Harris. And it's going to look damn funny if they come in, it's crossed out and it says, Tim Walz and Kamala the dumbass.
Let's see.
All right, so Newsmax called Georgia for Trump.
Oh, we're going to go back to Pennsylvania here. Hold on.
Is there an update in the good old Keystone State?
Let's see. I'm getting some information from Fox right now.
Voting your values, but I think also leaders that have character. Donald Trump's family that we saw, they're at Mar-a-Lago as well. He had them on the trail, but the children he's raised, Barron, versus, the character of these other candidates. I think a lot of people are looking at that as well, and we've seen people pray for Donald Trump. We need to pray for our leaders, and we need to pray and make sure that they have good moral compass, because their directions and their choices impact us on so many levels, a multitude
In Philadelphia
of
County,
or foreign policy issues.
he's up 2 or 3% from 2020.
You can tell a lot about a man by what his children think of him and how his children turn out. And if you look at Donald Trump's kids, it's very clear that he's been a very good father. They love him with all their heart. And also, they all turn out pretty successful. But we do need to pray for our leaders. These battles that we're in, it's not just politics and winning the elections. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's everything. And we do need to pray for these guys because they're getting attacked left and right.
All right, Terry Schilling, always great to see you. Enjoy that Cybertruck.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Thank you so much. Obviously, the mood in different rooms. We're looking at the mood there in West Palm Beach versus James Rosen, who is at Howard University. Let's bring in our very next guest to talk about what we are seeing as the night goes forward. Now, morning, we're past midnight. GOP strategist, former New York Senate candidate Joe Pinion, also Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Great to see you both with us. Thanks for spending the night here. Chrissy, I'll start with you. Female voters also may not have turned out for Kamala Harris.
That's a huge deal.
Breaking news. Sorry, we want to go out to Washington right now and listen in to Cedric.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done.
Ooh.
Thank you for being
what's
here.
this?
Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken.
Found.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Wow.
Oh, burn.
That's bullshit.
She will be back
Oh, 2016 repeat, motherfuckers.
Oh, they're picking this up over on Fox 2 right now.
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you.
You didn't believe in them enough to show out, you piece of shit.
She can't. She's not drunk enough.
Well, you hear some
Or she's
cheers
too
there,
drunk.
But those are not.
She's
the
sucking
cheers
Weena's
that they were
Scooter.
expecting maybe to hear tonight. You notice there is no VP seal on the podium. That's something that she's kind of been her signature when she shows up to speak. The vice presidential seal is on the podium. Cedric Richmond, former congressman there, speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris, promising an appearance tomorrow. But again, that's not the rhetoric you hear from a campaign.
All right, boys. I think that's my cue to get the hell out of here. I got to go to work in the morning.
Counted, and they are down in all of those blue
All
wall
right,
states
brother.
right now.
Have a good night, man. It was good to share the evening with you.
So I guess the
Oh,
time
absolutely.
is now.
I'm happy we could do this. For those of you that are out there, the only reason I'm leaving is because I got to. I'm looking at my clock. It's 1:45 right now in the morning. I got to get up in a few hours and go to work. It's been hell at work lately. We're still picking up the pieces here due to Helene and other things, and we're getting through it. So it's all hands on deck, so to speak. Still, so there's been very little time for much else. Guys, Godspeed. If you're in an area that's starting to get crazy due to the election, just stay indoors. Don't leave. Don't go out in that nightmare of a mess. And let's hope that Trump seals the deal tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
That we will hope for. We have our fingers crossed. We're going to hear from the president in, maybe 30 minutes now?
Probably. Remember, while you're on the interweb, check out gesturesvoice.com for all things gesture.
And I want to personally thank y'all for having me tonight. I'm super happy to be here for the election coverage. And I think we did... Again, ladies and gentlemen, whatever you see in the media from here on out, do not reference 2020. That's all.
Yep.
I love you guys.
Or 2016. And stay out of crowds.
26.
Yeah.
No. 2020. I meant 2020 with the vid and everything else. Don't reference that for this election.
No. But that's
because they keep trying to do that.
That's
okay,
exactly
that's
what
it. I'm out of here.
All right, brother.
I'm going. Bye.
Bye. So what do you think about that? Oh my God, what happened to me?
I gotta fix you now that he left.
Fix me.
Golly. Gotta make y'all purty. Oh, you're big. There we go.
Oh, there's a perfect side-by-side of the Harris campaign headquarters and Trump campaign headquarters. People partying and over at Trump HQ,
yeah.
And people just fucking walking out at the Harris campaign.
Yep. Everybody's all excited. They got all the. Should I put my Make America Great hat on? I don't want to jinx it. I'll just put it over my mic and talk into it. There we go.
Not what you do when you believe you're on the pathway to victory. True. It's what you do when you realize your candidate can't find the words to realize that after Hillary Clinton became the first candidate to lose Pennsylvania and Michigan as a Democrat in a very long time, Kamala Harris might have actually hit the trifecta. She's on the path right now, if these numbers hold up, to lose all three of the states in that once famous blue wall.
But come on, she likes hard work. Hard work is
So this is a three-peat almost, I would say, there, Scooter. 3 elections in a row that he has won.
Yeah, and it's going to be like the Chiefs, 3 times in the Super Bowl, back to back to back. That'll work.
That is amazing. So what happened to her? I thought she was going to come out and say a few words. She's flip-flopping, typical Democrat.
Yeah, that's what she's been doing. I mean, come on. We got Big Caucus in the room tonight.
Oh, Big Caucus is around, huh? Is he popping some champagne open for us?
He's in Canada, so I don't think he really cares. He's here for the entertainment.
We're projecting Georgia is being called for President Trump.
Yep. I got that. 248. 22 away. We just got to get Arizona and Nevada to fall.
Nevada's not reporting shit. I know they had hours of long lines near closing time.
So we pop up.
Why did the reporting number in Pennsylvania go down? It's now at 76%. Wasn't it higher before?
88%.
I have it at 76. What is your browser saying?
No, I'm showing. Yeah, I'm showing it's gone down.
The fuck is that all about?
Well, it's the same shit they did last time. All those surrounding counties. Okay, so Montgomery's now reporting 86. Chester is 81.
So there's some shit going down over there.
Uh-huh.
Because that number was at almost 90% reporting.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, it's down to 76%.
Yep.
There's a problem going on in Pennsylvania.
In Philadelphia. Pittsburgh's got 94% in. Everybody around there, they're looking for votes.
I think they need to start investigating immediately.
I mean, Donald Trump is now only down by 160,000 votes. He's got 3 million. The same shit that they did. I mean, you can watch that curve, gets to about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then all of a sudden you got 50,000 extra ballots.
Okay, I just refreshed now. Now it's back to 89%.
They're fucking with the numbers. 78.
I think something fishy is going on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Delaware County's at 95. Philadelphia's at 78 now. Montgomery's at 86. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Dauphin County is down to 79% reporting. It's only in Democrat counties. Cambria is now showing 20% reporting.
It's not even phoning it in tonight for watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe James can get out of there. At least one of us can have an earlier night.
Well, thank you, Jay. Excellent reporting as always. And she'll take some heat, but also we should note Donald Trump is heading to his supporters. Now, granted, it's under, a more jubilant crowd who's waiting, but they were still cheering for her. And no one, they still haven't called some states, but she'll get heat from them. But Donald Trump is going to show his face, not even just call it in. He's reportedly on his way, perhaps even with Elon Trump over to the West Palm Beach Convention Center. So
yeah, I mean, just like they said right now. I mean, it hasn't been called that he's going to win, but he's going to come out and say something.
Yeah. Gonna say, keep the faith.
Which government agency are we cutting first? Elon has, he has the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's really what he wants to do. He thinks he can cut.
Yeah, Wisconsin's got to be close to dropping.
Federal budget.
Yeah, well,
it should be.
He's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington.
84% there. And what about, Michigan's still early. I don't know why these people take forever to count votes.
Well, they got to find them. I mean, we're showing Milwaukee says it's only 60% counted.
Unbelievable.
Everybody else is at 90, 95. Madison, 95% counted.
Really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically, called video. Nan, why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously,
Because she doesn't care.
Donald Trump's going to
Right?
She doesn't care.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
90%. Yeah, we're at 90% in Pennsylvania total.
He has a lead there. Let's listen
Well, it's saying 92%, but Philadelphia is still stuck at 78.
I mean, he's leading by 4 points in Pennsylvania. Why can't they just call it?
It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina.
Well, because they got a few 100,000 extra votes out there.
And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over.
And still nothing in Nevada.
85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American.
Yeah, they're probably still in line. You're right. Because in Nevada, they won't release numbers until all people have voted.
Every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today, and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so, from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town, in every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, somewhat of a celebratory speech.
Uh-oh.
We won't call it a victory speech yet, but he's got to be feeling very good about where things stand. Let's welcome back in our panel Nan Hayworth and John.
They stopped counting votes in Minnesota.
Back to you, Nan. Just give us your thoughts on this race and a guy like Bob Casey potentially going down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. It's been a remarkable saga of
Why would they stop counting votes?
Americans, confronting, I think,
To cheat. There's no reason to stop.
Thank goodness
Right.
for places like Newsmax too. But everyday Americans confronting finally with their votes, the machine that has been arrayed against them, against their common sense, against their pocketbooks, against their values. And President Trump was able to make, it seems, the New York Times Needle now has him at a 95% chance of winning the entire thing, the election tonight. But President Trump has brought together a movement, diverse demographics, Americans who felt left behind, who the Democrat Party and their nominee, who never made it through a primary process, who was appointed, was going to be installed, and they said no, we're not doing that. And Bob Casey was a part of that very ungenuine. When he said he cared about the people of Pennsylvania, he still voted. I don't know, must have been at least 95% of the time with the Democrats who were oppressing the people in his own state. And John Fetterman said it. He said from the beginning Donald Trump is going to win. So I think that's what we're seeing, and I rejoice in it.
You know, and John, when you see Bob Casey running ads, aligning himself with Donald Trump, that, you know, even they're not having the faith that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket would help them in the down ballot. And that was significant there in Pennsylvania. Now, McCormick just came out and said 85% of the vote. I think his tone was perfect, spot on. And it's more than what the Democrats will hear from Kamala Harris this evening. Her supporters were told to go home, and Howard University is now empty.
Look,
John.
This is an absolutely historic election. Donald Trump, comeback of the century, 2 centuries. The Republican takeover of the Senate. But your readers and listeners should understand there is one more chapter to be written. The House of Representatives, I predict, will not be decided for a week or 10 days. It's going to be very, very close. Even as Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and even as McCormick won the Senate race there, Republican incumbent in Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, went down to defeat. There are other networks that say the Democrats have a slightly better than even chance of taking the United States House back. That would cripple much of Donald Trump's agenda, because the House runs on and Nan knows this. The House runs on party discipline, and it's extremely difficult, since there are very few moderate Democrats left, to bring over any Democrats to anything that Trump would want to do. So there will be a lot of recounts. There'll be a lot of last-minute votes, and I think eternal vigilance is necessary here. All those lawyers that were ready for election integrity efforts are going to have to be deployed to key House districts, because it's going to be very, very tight in the House.
John Fondan Hayworth, we appreciate your comments this morning. We thank you so much for being with us. And folks, if you are just joining us, this is our special election night coverage here on N2.
We'll be right back. Are we going on here?
Thank you.
With 1 o'clock, It's 1 o'clock in the morning, Bianca, and here we are. We're still waiting. As you heard John Fund there, a very important point that he just made about how long it's going to take before we get the final results for the House in. Stay with us here. We're going to bring in former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, who I'm sure can talk to us a little bit about that. One of the key races there was in the 7th District of Virginia, Governor. Eugene Vindman, the Democrat, winning over Derek Anderson. Have you been surprised at all, Governor, about the way things have played out in Virginia?
No, I mean, the polls were showing that we were down 7, 8, 9 points in the Trump-Harris race. We've lost since 2008, unfortunately, John. And so it played about right. But the good news was Jen Kiggins, one of the top congressional races in the country. She wins a big race in Southeast Virginia by 8 points. And we have 2 others. In the 7th, as you pointed out, Derek Anderson came up 4 points short. Same thing up in with Mr. Clancy, Mike Clancy, up in Northern Virginia suburbs. So we ran competitively, but the House and the Senate races stay about the same.
Governor Bianca here, you know, you're someone who has dealt with Jack Smith, a figure in this campaign who Donald Trump has said he will get rid of if he is in the White House, and who the Supreme Court and obviously Eileen Cannon says was not appointed. You know, talk to us about what we have seen. John Fund just talked about the comeback of a century, of 2 centuries of Donald Trump, where he was even a year ago with all these indictments to where he is tonight, potentially any minute now, walking in to that convention center filled with love and supporters and standing in really good position right now in this race.
I agree. I mean, it's extraordinary for a billionaire from New York to become the champion of the little guy in the flyover states. And tonight, with historic margins, gaining about 8 or 9% among Hispanic voters, about 8% among black males, significant new support among union voters. He's kind of reshaped the coalition on how to win. And yes, with my old friend, Mr. Smith, who is got chronically bad judgment about the rule of law and when to go after people, especially those he doesn't agree with. I'd say to have even an allegation of wrongdoing is enough to derail campaigns. But after 4 separate sets of indictments, 2 for Mr. Smith and others, I think we've lost some faith in the federal justice system to the point that Donald Trump was able to win. It looks like he's going to win, notwithstanding all these charges. So it's not. We need to restore faith in our justice system.
He's doing pretty good in Vegas.
Kudos to Donald Trump for hanging in there against all odds.
He's only trailing by
Governor,
2%.
always great to see you. Thanks for staying up late, or I should say early, with us. My mom said nothing good ever happens after midnight, but this is the one exception where we have these types of interviews.
Well, you were younger then.
Yes, I was younger.
That's good. Thank you.
All right, good to see you, Governor.
Thanks, Governor.
All right, let's go back to the maps now and just give people an update on where things stand, because we are still watching the situation in Pennsylvania. You can see Donald Trump, according to our projections here, has a 3-point lead right now in that state. So let's just take a look here. This is Pennsylvania. Donald Trump up 51% to basically 48% to Kamala Harris. 91% of the vote is in now. And if you remember just a few moments ago when Dave McCormick was on stage, we were about 85%. So 6 more percentage points have come in. But again, we're still anticipating a very late night or a long couple of days for Pennsylvania. We move over to Michigan here. Donald Trump has a 2-point lead in Michigan right now. And this was, somewhat of a surprise. This was part of the blue wall, which was supposed to hold up for Democrats and Kamala Harris. That has not panned out. And then Wisconsin, too. We were talking to Dan O'Donnell, who's a radio talk show host, has a lot of experience in Wisconsin, knows the area of Milwaukee very well. And he was very confident that Wisconsin might be the best looking state for Donald Trump in this area. He has a lead in all the blue wall states so far. We'll see if those hold up. Now, as we move down to Arizona, he has a tiny lead there in Arizona, a little bit over a half a percentage point, 0.6 of a percentage point there, with 56% of the votes in. Now, if we go back to our 270 map, and this was the projection here. I don't know if it's going to work for me. Let's see. We'll go back to this map here. But, Donald Trump, if he brings home victory in the 3 blue wall states in Arizona and also Nevada, which doesn't have anything reported yet, he could have over 300 electoral college votes. And you think about that. Even what John Fund is saying, he's absolutely right. The House of Representatives can certainly slow down Donald Trump's agenda. But if he has a mandate of over 300 electoral college votes, what does that mean for him, too? And, we'll also have control of the Senate. We talked about the importance of his ability to get through his cabinet positions and the ambassadors and all the other federal appointees that'll have to get confirmed, how important that will be for his presidency.
And right now, again, if you are staying up late with us, there's most likely going to be a show. Even though things have not been called, Donald Trump is heading to greet the people who have been waiting all night.
He's only 50,000 votes behind in Minnesota.
Any minute we could be seeing Donald Trump in West Palm Beach with the throngs of crowds.
Yeah, wow. Yep. No wonder why they stopped counting votes there.
Oh, Robert F. Kennedy.
Right?
I can't take the way he talks. It drives me crazy. I want to hit him on the back and say, cough it up. You're okay, buddy. Cough it up.
Oh, my goodness. So is it surprising to you that Clark County, he's only trailing by like less than 2 points?
February 1962.
Huh.
Because that's predominantly hugely Democratic.
Uh-huh.
And is that usually the only Democrat county?
That's pretty much it. I'm showing that he is in Clark County. He's behind by.
He's only down by like, what is it? Less than 10,000, 9,000? No, hold on. My math is off.
No, I'm showing 13,000, give or take.
Yeah, 13,000.
And there's
79.5%.
400,000 ballots left in the Clark County area, supposedly.
Right.
But
but he's got the lead in the state by a little over 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
That Arizona race is so tight. My God.
And Washoe County is still got outstanding ballots.
Yes.
They've probably got about 200,000 that could come in.
Mm-hmm.
But did people vote?
I'm sure they did.
And are the people in Philadelphia, are they just stalling because they don't want to announce that Donald Trump won Pennsylvania? Is it?
I don't know. I mean, are they stalling and are they looking for votes?
Yeah. It's got to be.
Look inside the watch party, and they are watching for Donald Trump potentially.
Juan Williams is freaking out on Fox.
That's what Pappy just said. Juan Williams on Fox not smiling is a good sign. Hell yes, it is.
A lot of energy here because Donald Trump has been obviously
doing well.
Doing really well at Mar-a-Lago, watching returns, and decides, let me go over to where all my supporters are.
Right.
Very different than what Kamala Harris did, which is send her supporters home.
And you see Tucker Carlson walking in there, greeted with the hero's welcome. He's been over at Mar-a-Lago all night, and obviously speaking on behalf of Donald Trump, showing up there. We're waiting to hear Donald Trump could take to the stage any moment, so we'll be watching for that. We also had eyes on Robert Kennedy Jr.
Yeah, one of
too, so the whole entourage.
My good friend says, they're just stalling in Pennsylvania because they can't accept that he won.
From California, Jessica.
Well, what is taking Arizona so long to count?
Hey, great to be with you guys.
All right,
Don't
so
know.
we were talking with John
And it's Maricopa County
aspects of this night
that's holding up everything.
For a long time are some of these crucial
That's
House
the biggest
races.
county,
A lot of
right?
them are in the state of California. We're talking about the 41st district.
Maybe they have
the
glitches in
45th
their
district,
machines.
The 47th district, and I could go on. Give us your assessment.
They've had glitches in their
for
machines
Republicans in California because this could
the entire
the balance of power
frickin'
in the House of Representatives.
time they've had machines.
It does. The road to the House majority comes right through California. We've proved that over the last 2 cycles. We currently hold a 4-seat House majority, Republican House majority, and California has picked up 5 seats in the last 2 cycles. So our job is to protect those 5 seats. We also have a couple opportunities where we're going on the offense, but the ballots take a very long time to count here in California. We also have a curing process. So some races back in 2022 were not called until December. So we're buckled in.
Fucking cheaters.
We've done a lot on the registration side. Every single one of these congressional seats that we won in 2022 or came close to winning in 2022 has a better registration footprint for Republicans. So we did our job on turning out the vote, and now we're just going to do our work in counting and curing.
And do you have a team of lawyers ready to go on standby to jump in there and make sure nothing happens, that everything is counted properly and everyone can feel confident about their vote being counted?
California has one of the most robust election integrity programs in the entire country. In fact, we train a lot of the other states when it comes to election integrity. We have a lawyer that's assigned to every single county in the state, an election integrity chair. We have done tens of thousands of volunteer trainings for poll watching and ballot counting. So we feel incredibly confident in our elections here. You have to remember, we won seats in 2020, like Mike Garcia's, by 333 votes in LA County. I promise you, if bad things were happening, that's a place that they would happen. And we came out the victors. In 22, John Duarte won by 560 votes. Again, we make sure that we are watching every single one of ballots and everything is above board, and we have all the confidence in our elections.
Sure.
Just have a few seconds left, but just get your reaction. Of course, the Senate now GOP-controlled, Bernie Moreno in Ohio, but you do have Senator Adam Schiff now, who has won.
Yeah. He has, and Steve Garvey did a phenomenal job. It's still a tough lift statewide trying to win, but he was incredibly smart and strategic with the way that he ran his campaign here. I think we're at a turning point with Republicans, and especially with the Latino vote coming our way, that a statewide win is not far off. It just didn't happen for us this time.
Jessica Millen-Patterson, really appreciate your thoughts and comments this
Be
morning on this historic election as we continue to watch results come in. Thank you for staying up with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, next let's get out to national correspondent Mike Carter, who's covering the campaign for us from Pittsburgh. He has an update for us. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, good evening. 90% of the vote in. Donald Trump still with a 4-point lead or so over Kamala Harris. Dave McCormick just spoke moments ago. I think you guys carried that speech. It wasn't necessarily a victory speech so much as a we're looking good type speech. Still a few counties yet to come in, but the numbers across the board here in Pennsylvania have just played very well for Republicans. We're looking at a few counties right now. Lackawanna County, that's home to Scranton. Donald Trump has improved his turnout the vote there over 2020. Now, that's Joe Biden's hometown, right? Scranton, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has so far failed to reach the same numbers that Joe Biden hit back in 2020. We're also expecting for Republicans 40% of the vote out of Allegheny County. That's here in Pittsburgh. And we're also expecting 20 to 25% Republican vote coming out of Philadelphia County. Just incredible numbers from Republicans today in Pennsylvania. And it just really needs to be said that Democrat turnout in big cities here in PA just hasn't been there. Well, here in Pennsylvania, there are today more Republican registered voters than any time since 1970. It's unbelievable what has been done here percentage-wise here in Pennsylvania. Back in 2008, there were Democrats had a 1.2 million registered vote lead over Republicans. Back in 2020, that shrunk to just 685,000. This year, it's down to 286,000. So a lot of that has been grassroots efforts on behalf of local Republicans here in Pennsylvania. Also the likes of Charlie Kirk, Elon Musk, these third-party Republican groups that Donald Trump has enlisted. Also Scott Pressler has been huge. He's a conservative social media influencer. A lot of people had a lot of concerns about what would that get out the vote effort be in states like Pennsylvania, where Republicans really needed to cut into Democrats who had
So Juan Williams effectively blamed white people for Trump getting elected.
Well, then you know Trump's elected. If we're already blaming,
right? Oh
yeah.
My God. So CNN has an update of 93% in Pennsylvania.
Okay, but that's across the entire state.
Yes.
But the problem is, in Pennsylvania, you can have 93% of the vote counted, but still, in the largest populous county, Philadelphia's
got, let's see,
78%. So there's 22% out there. I don't think it could make a difference, but
if they had votes somewhere and
if they're getting them trucked in across the border, but see, the problem is Montgomery County 88%. Chester County is now 82.
Obviously, so is the Harris campaign. Rick Leventhal staying up late with us, 1:18 in the morning now. We are waiting Donald Trump to come in. When he came out, he lands at West Palm Beach, 5:35 this morning, Rick.
Their percentage is going backwards.
Yesterday. He comes out, he votes. He says, I don't have a speech. I'm just going to wing it, And obviously,
I don't like that.
We don't know the results of anything yet. But
that's when something funny's going on.
I'm excited to hear sort of the mood. I know he feeds off the crowd. We're showing live pictures of the crowd.
See, everybody else, Scranton, Blue County, 99% counted. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, 99%.
It's worth staying up late. I mean, why would you go to bed when we're
Cambria, whatever the reason, 20%.
And I hope that he's going to
Yeah.
speak to all
Americans because all Americans.
Dauphin County, Harrisburg.
Knows that.
90% counted.
Of course, and I'm sure he'll speak to that as well. They do have to count every single vote, but
crazy.
right now it is looking very, very likely that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Harris has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and it looks like Trump is going to win all 3 of those states.
Where's his Trump's headquarters at?
One of the most
Mar-a-Lago, Florida, West Palm.
Oh, isn't that's where he lives?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's just going to walk next door or what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mar-a-Lago is actually a state that he turned into a resort.
Oh, God.
So we could book a room and we could actually go stay at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, there we go. Mike Custis a pretty. Oh, Fox News is calling Pennsylvania.
Oh,
267.
That did it.
That's it.
Yep, because he's got Alaska.
He's got Alaska in the bag. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump's going to be your president again.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Woo-hoo. How you like them apples?
Fuck Kamala. Yeah.
Reporting there. You know, it was kind of a shock that people would stand outside for 8 hours and then they
wow.
Get a video message. In this day and age, you can tape something, you can say thank you, but no.
I want to see the sweep. I want him to get Michigan, Wisconsin, and he's got a shot at Minnesota.
I mean, John, we know a lot of the folks.
Hell yeah. Hells to the yeah.
Well, something's happening here.
Something's happening here. I would imagine we're starting to see.
Oh, it's.
Trump entourage.
They're saying it's not official yet. Oh, it's done.
Very quickly. I don't know if we can raise the music a little bit, but what we all know from covering these types of events, there's a soundtrack.
Great music.
And you hear the same songs, Gloria. I don't even know who sings that one, but it's one of my favorite songs from the 80s.
Laura Branigan?
Oh, thank you, Bianca. With knowledge there. You hear Phantom of the Opera. You hear Village People.
Jesse's Girl.
Jesse's Girl.
And then some opera.
We can hear. Let's listen in real quick and see.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in from Nevada. The Arizona is still an open question, although Trump has a lead there. If you take those 2 states off the board and you give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, where he has the lead right now, he still has 295 electoral college votes, and that's without Nevada and Arizona, and if these leads hold up. So it just shows you how narrow the path to victory is for Kamala Harris, if there even is one still left. Let's talk about Arizona a little bit more. It's one of those states where we expect to see quite a significant delay before all the ballots are counted. Our correspondent John Glasgow joins us now from Scottsdale with the latest on the situation out there in Arizona. Hey, John.
Yeah, hey, good evening to you. Good morning. Late night here as well in Arizona, but the Maricopa County's election office, I just checked, they are still counting ballots. They have a live feed where you can watch them process and cure some of these ballots, so they're still hard at work trying to get more of an update here on the results here in Maricopa County, which is...
John, we're going to cut you off here because we have a major call we want to make here. We can now officially call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, which essentially makes it almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win. This was a huge pickup for Donald Trump. A lot of time and energy invested in this. We are now calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So we can put that in the win column, and it's going to be huge. We'll see Donald Trump probably address that when he comes to the stage. That may have been what everybody was cheering about. We saw just a moment ago. John, sorry to cut you off there, but we had to get that in.
But this is, 19 electoral votes. So out of all the battleground states, the most electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden had won this by 1.2%. Donald Trump flipped the state of Pennsylvania by 0.7 in 2016. That was the first time a Republican had done that since 1988. He has done it again tonight, folks. Pennsylvania, a prize going to Donald Trump. And also, they were saying if he holds everything he did in 2020, he gets Georgia, which he did get. He gets Pennsylvania. He gets 270. He gets to the White House. So very exciting momentum right there.
We'll be watching to see if it is, in fact, a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change
the tenor
the tone
to be an American,
speech,
my friend.
but,
yes, it is, my brother.
States to watch out for as well.
Oh, yes.
John, let's get back there. John, hey, I always hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news. And of course, it's crucial here for Trump's roadmap to 270. Also watching here, Arizona, we do know that this is another one of those states that Trump could potentially pick up as well. Maricopa County, as I was mentioning, is 60% of the population, still tabulating some votes. Very close right now in Maricopa County, but also we're looking at Pima County, which is where Tucson is. And that's
want to see 300 electoral votes.
However,
Hell yes.
There's still lots of time and still lots of ballots to be brought in. This was a historic year.
All right, John,
for
I'm
the
going to cut you off again one time. John, I'm going to cut you off again one more time because we are now able to call the race for Donald Trump. It is 2024. It is 1:24 in the morning, and we are calling Donald Trump the victor after securing Pennsylvania. We have a new president-elect potentially. We have to, of course, wait for all this to be official, but we are projecting Donald Trump as the victor of the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're staying with us right here on N2. I'm Bianca
Hells to the
alongside
yes.
John Bachman. We've had a team of reporters all over the nation doing great work. Again, we just called the state of Pennsylvania, and this is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of this election, a historic election. Indeed, John Glasgow, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona. We'll be getting back to you. And look at the crowds here. This is West Palm Beach. Massive
I love it.
turnout. They have been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It may be a victory speech. As we were saying earlier, John, when Donald Trump came out today to vote with Melania, he said, I haven't really planned or scripted it. I don't have to. I'm just going to speak from my heart. But today and tonight, as we are watching, this is a comeback, many say, one for the history books and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of in a long, long time. A candidate, complete outsider, won in 2016, threatening now
amazing.
everything that this Democratic Party had sort of put into play with Kamala Harris. Being
Where are we at on the?
Biden. You can see
And he's
how
still up
jubilant they
five,
are.
almost what, 5 million?
The Trump
Almost
campaign
5 million in the
called a few of
popular
us
votes
to
still.
Mar-a-Lago
Yep.
for that press conference, and before they gave us kind of a background briefing. It was supposed to be off the record, but they were so proud of the data that they had, they actually, allowed us to report it. But they were very confident about their ground game and their ability to get out some of these persuadables, as they called them, voters. They had identified and spent a lot of time when they hold these rallies all over the country. They try to identify people who had not voted for Donald Trump before, and that appears to be very effective. One of the other things, too, that I've noticed, having covered the 2016 campaign, the 2020 campaign, and the 2024 campaign, was the professional nature of the campaign, the way they handled it. A lot of credit has to be given to Susie Wiles, to Jason Miller, and to Chris LaCivita, and to Taylor Budowich.
MSNBC is going off the rails.
Execute on this plan. And we saw how
I want to see what they're saying, but then we won't see Trump talk. They're not going to air Trump's speech.
No, they won't.
We could be looking at weeks before we knew the presidential election winner.
Oh.
But here we are. It's 1:30 in the morning. Donald Trump has been.
There's a Netanyahu guy. Israel got him elected.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's what it is.
Joy Reid needs to be fired. She needs to fucking be fired.
Yes, the race has been called. Newsmax is calling it for Donald Trump. We are looking live inside his watch party where he will now be speaking any minute now. And what we're feeling, too, with all of this is against all odds, Donald Trump, not just one indictment, 2, 3, 4 indictments, a lawfare. We've had 2 attempted assassination attempts on this man's life. And I know I was next to you.
Oh,
the
my
RNC
goodness.
and the DNC, John.
The Democrats are going to be shitting bricks, baby.
Oh, well, now we get to find out who has the first tantrum. Where's it going to be?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't start this morning.
Are unbelievable, but yet they've happened in American history now. And tonight is just going to mark another one for the history books. And we'll see what legacy Donald Trump has now for the future. And his legacy, again, just got another chapter to be written here in American political history.
And I remember very distinctly the Friday after Kamala's speech at the DNC.
Jelly, keep listening. Keep listening and cook, baby. Keep listening.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Sat down to have a beer and a hamburger.
You're going to hear from your next president here very shortly.
About how excited he was about.
Oh, fuck. Zelensky's got to be shitting his pants. No more money.
Hey, what about Diddy? Oh my God!
And Epstein's client list.
Oh, it's gonna be a fantastic next 4 years, brother.
She didn't.
I'm ready. I am ready. Get your money ready to invest, people.
To connect with
Oh my
demographics and voting
goodness.
blocks that Democrats were struggling with, and we saw that. And I think again, this is more proof that you can't just present a candidate to the American public and expect them to go along with it. And I think something you were talking about earlier tonight, Bianca.
Now they're whining about background checks for security clearances because Trump's a felon. And now they're not going to be. They're not going to be doing.
Wait,
yeah.
but he's not a felon. He was never sentenced.
Correct.
Humbling himself in a way that we haven't really seen Donald Trump do that before. So
what this means. Yeah, I'm also so proud too that.
So I'm thinking he's going to come. He's going to accept the results. Thank Kamala Harris for competing.
Yep.
We really know how
And we're going to make America great again.
Exactly.
To not have just a legacy liberal media that is smearing, using name calling, and really acting as sort of a propaganda arm for whoever is in charge and the machinations of this Democratic Party. And tonight, I think we're seeing sort of a referendum vote of people versus the establishment. And it is we the people, and it is Americans and the power of the people. And you sense it. And I'm so proud to see where our nation is and where our nation may be. And we're both parents, so obviously the future is very important for us and our children.
I think a lot of parents are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, especially those of us who have girls who play sports. That's one of the things. It's not a
So we're at
traditional topic.
281
It's not the
now.
economy, it's not immigration. But when we look at the exit polls really in detail in the crosstabs, as we absorb the results, it'll be interesting to see how these types of issues in the culture war really changed a lot of votes this time around. And the other thing too that I'm struck by, Bianca,
I'm just checking to see who else, if anybody else is.
You had the pandemic, of course. You
called
had a lot of rules
this.
and laws being changed in places like Pennsylvania, and you have
Truth Social has
the fact. And
noted that
this
Newsmax has called it
I
as
think,
well.
a win for America, even if I know there are a lot of upset Democrats out there tonight. But the fact that we do have an election result on the night or the morning of the election, I think is big for our country.
It's huge for our country.
It's very huge.
Elon Musk, game, set, and match.
That's right.
American flags, Israeli flags, red MAGA hats. New York has packed.
So
Madison Square Garden. We saw the streets actually filled when he was convicted.
Oh, apparently Bitcoin has skyrocketed right as these results are come in.
So, his ties to New York.
Sweet.
For that city, a lot of folks there, have always supported him. I think a lot of this too is about loyalty and people who have stood by Donald Trump.
Yeah, Bitcoin's up $5,000, 74,000.
Not necessarily going to be in the cards, but he fought.
Everything's up. After hours trading is getting some beautiful love.
Some of our guests here who've been standing by to get some reaction to tonight's historic election. Executive Director of America First Works, Ashley Hayek, and also GOP strategist Joe Pinion. Incredible. We're waiting for Donald Trump, so please excuse us.
Oh, everything is just cranking. Ripple, Sheba.
I'll let you get your first reaction here to what we're seeing and feeling tonight here.
I mean, it just feels surreal. They told us you couldn't.
Coinbase is up. Bitcoin 74 grand. Ethereum 2,600.
Of our imagination. They told us that they were the return to normal administration while they started effectively a wildfire.
Yeah, so my map, I concluded that he had received 301 votes, electoral votes. So we'll see.
Become the 47th president of these United States, building a coalition that looks a whole lot like the old Democratic coalition, with Americans sick and tired of being sick and tired. And in the end, it's Kamala Harris, perhaps showing her true self in the end. She didn't bother to show up for those people at Howard University. She hasn't shown up for them effectively in her entire political career, while we were all supposed to vote for her because she was going to be the first black female president.
Yeah, and it just there's so much to absorb here, and I think one of the things
Now MSNBC is poo-pooing the Senate now because Republicans have it.
Raised billions and billions.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yeah.
Campaign. We saw how much money they spent.
And we know CNN's loving the results because it'll give them 4 years of more ratings.
Well, they'll actually be able to earn some money again.
Yeah.
Because nobody watched them.
Right, but now they will.
Yeah, now they'll get to make some money.
Looks like Fox has called Minnesota for Harris.
And I think that at the end of the day, there's a lot of money that goes to the pockets of consultants, but you didn't.
80,000 votes
I think what you saw
in between them in Minnesota. That could change too.
That could change.
Everything could change.
We talked to real American people, and it was absolutely incredible.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I didn't have it at 301. I have it at 311.
We have a president who cares about the American people
Electoral votes for
more
Trump.
than anyone. I'm actually overwhelmed. We had Muslim Americans, Jewish Americans.
I came in at 324.
We had so many people
Okay, we'll see who's closest.
Because Alaska's got 3. Alaska's going to put him over.
Right. That's why. That's the guarantee win right there.
Yeah. And then I'm just.
And I have Nevada and Arizona going red.
Right.
And I have him winning with Wisconsin and Michigan.
Donald Trump Jr. It's pretty incredible what we're able to accomplish.
Yeah, no, I threw Minnesota in his column. So 314.
Okay. Well,
Still
311.
Over 300.
Yeah, and
But what if Virginia comes back?
For this whole idea of America first, this is
That
an
would be
invitation
great.
for those folks.
That would
who
be
have the
awesome.
audacity to say, let's put us first. Let's put American citizens first. Let's make sure we have housing.
Trump has
for
increased his lead to 3 points in Nevada.
Illegal immigrants in hotels. That, I think, has got to be a vindicating feeling for you.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 million.
But we're stuck at 66 million in the popular vote.
They're spending billions.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's almost like they're not even updating it.
Skyrocketing prices in America.
Well, they're all pissed off. That's why.
$8 for orange juice as opposed to $4. I've talked about this now with y'all for like months. You look at what's happening with our borders. You look at what's happening just with their own pocketbooks. And so this is just such an incredible moment because honestly, I'm overwhelmed because I feel like we're once again giving power back to we the people. And it's giving power back to to everyday Americans, not the bureaucrats, not the establishment, not the political elites. That's what this is really all about. That's what America First is, and I'm so excited.
Truly, and every message that Kamala Harris was sending, even in her closing argument, was disconnected. It was Oprah, Lady Gaga, it was celebrity after.
I think we should take
all of the rich people.
Yes,
were with Kamala.
Well, exactly. She was supported by nothing but billionaires. You're thinking about all the hedge fund managers, people who didn't do anything except take money from other people.
Exactly.
That's who supported her. Mark Cuban. What has Mark Cuban ever made? What is he known for?
I think the radicals just pushed it.
Dallas Mavericks.
Mavericks, right?
Yep. But
he recently sold most of his portion of that.
Yeah, he's a minority stake owner.
Yeah.
But what did he do? What was his big deal?
What made him his money?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Donald Trump announced it was like, okay, wait, we got to start moving our
Well, I mean, I know he was on. He did Shark Tank.
Yeah, he did Shark Tank.
Put their foot down and saying, no, this is our family, this is our nation.
I don't know how he got his money.
He started a software support company.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember. I vaguely remember him talking about it on a podcast. I think it was actually with Joe Rogan.
Yep. And then he sold it, and then he started creating websites.
Yeah.
Decided they were going to go into a ballot box and
but he's not like a Michael Dell or Elon Musk or anybody that's created anything.
The crosstabs and the exit polls. All of those women who perhaps
no, he's not up to that standard.
No. That's why he's supporting Kamala.
We're going to vote to put America first.
Oh,
we're going to
gotcha.
vote to say that our children aren't going to be
That
taught
makes
about the
sense.
mechanics of sex before they know how to spell the word. We're going
Yeah,
to vote
all
to
right.
ensure that we're
So
not going to have our credibility
Fox took
questioned
down their
simply
map.
for asking questions about the
They
type
did?
of materials.
Well, now they're going to soon. Trump will address his
effectively thinking that they knew better
people.
than voters that they could tell us that our eyes were lying to us. They were not lying to us. We had prosperity underneath President Trump, and I think we're getting ready to have prosperity under President Trump once again.
It's almost like not just a candidate loses, but it's more like America wins, and that's kind of
Yeah,
what
it's they've changed the whole website now, so we're not even counting.
which is another layer of all of this. So as
Mine still has the map.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Wait to hear what
I-
he has
I-
to
Yeah.
say. This isn't technically, it's a new day and it's a new chapter. It's a new dawn for
I
America.
refreshed it and it's
a
gone.
return to sort of a glimpse of what he was able to do amidst all everything he was up against. The way he started his presidency, he had the Russia collusion.
I wonder
They
why
came
it's
out,
gone
and
for
we're
you.
going to talk about the House too, because that could play out again. But
think about that,
right
too.
when he started, they
Yep,
were already
it's trying to
against
give
him,
me-
and look what he was able to accomplish. And this time, knowing what
CNN hasn't called it yet.
Nope, and neither has MSNBC.
making different decisions, which he talks about.
AP hasn't called it either.
Perfect at the time. He'd only been in D.C. 12 days, 12 times. So
Yeah,
here
they're
he
still
had an
wait till 247,
They'll wait till the last minute or what?
I don't know. But interestingly enough, okay, so
Just an amazing actor in everything he does, including
most of the news organizations
so good.
use
And fantastic, and he's just been a huge supporter.
the Associated
of Donald
Press.
Trump's.
And the AP hasn't called it?
AP hadn't called it.
Comeback, I think,
What do they have the electoral vote at?
to Donald Trump. You can think about
247 to 214.
Who tried to regain the presidency and just couldn't do it. Donald Trump is certainly in a league of his own, regaining the White House, and we'll see what he does with it. But you made
my friend says they want Trump to call it before anyone else so they can talk shit.
Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah. He's smug. He has
Right.
hubris.
And we knew that we had to get so many votes banked, and that's exactly what we did. And
That's
so
exactly what they want to
tonight was
do.
a math
Oh, of
equation
course.
to us. We knew we had to bank so many votes ahead of time. We know there had to be low propensity and no propensity. We knew we had to
Where's
expand the
my-
base, and that's exactly what we did.
I hear
And
my
going
Fox
into tonight,
News
we
in
felt
my ear, but
confident,
I don't know where the video
not
is.
cocky, but confident. And because of the president's vision, because of his record, I mean, we were able to build the greatest coalition this country has ever seen between Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. And I just hope that moving forward, the American people recognize the work is just beginning. Tonight is an amazing victory for the American people, but tonight the work actually starts moving forward.
Ashley Hayek, Joe
I
Pinion.
think that's excellent.
We got to wrap it up there, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is this the first time that a president
you can see in the crowd,
has come back after losing?
I don't know. I think
I think Teddy Roosevelt did it.
Donald Trump alone. There's no
Okay.
warrant back. This
But
isn't.
the family might be around.
This isn't a rally.
No, but like I said, he's just a president who's won 3 times and they didn't count the second time.
Yeah, exactly.
Himself. He did it when nobody thought he could. Meredith McGraw wrote a book called Trump in Exile, which really chronicles the entire thing. Donald Trump being in a position. I remember going to CPAC in 2021 with Mark Halpern. Mark Halpern got an interview with Donald Trump, and the prospect, the idea that Donald Trump could actually accomplish this after everything that happened on January 6th, after 2 impeachments, after a lot of people in the Republican Party had written him off for dead. He comes back step by step. We saw him also evolve on certain things like early voting, really embracing that. We saw him vote today, of course, but encouraging other Republicans to do that. And when you have leadership at the top of the party like Donald Trump, people that are, a guy
I got no
who
map.
everyone is going to listen to.
So we'll
You
just
see
stick
how
with
movement started,
these
you see how
bozos.
effective it is, and you see how energized his supporters are. Some of them have been with him since the day he came down the escalator.
And, the other thing, too, that's real proof of purchase is you have people who used to not support him who are now supporting him.
Yes.
J.D. Vance, excellent pick for vice president. At one point was pretty vocal about how he felt about Donald Trump.
And remember, too, there were a lot of people who were not happy about the J.D. Vance pick. They thought he was too much of an isolationist. They didn't think he, was going to balance out the ticket. But you saw him so effective as a spokesman for the campaign.
And what I love about J.D. Vance is he really is the American dream. I got to interview him after they were trying to call him weird and the childless cat ladies. He's the same person that you see. Very well spoken, a great, and also he was 40 years old. He was turning 40. So you have sort of the future of the party here, and the work really does begin now. But to my point is that people who used to not be are now coming over to Donald Trump's side, and even Joe Rogan having that thoughtful 3-hour conversation with him. RFK Jr. once running against him, now saying, I am all in for him. And this is sort of a moment that you can't even, you couldn't have planned any of this. This is just sort of something that's just unlike anything we'll ever have seen, and history will write the story. We're here, and Mark Cuban now has tweeted congratulations to Donald Trump.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he said Donald Trump. He said Donald Trump won fair and square. I think Mark Cuban might be a little worried. Obviously, I don't think any of this is going to happen, but it was so interesting to hear people like Michael Cohen and Liz Cheney always thinking that they're like #1 target if Donald Trump wins. They're worried about the reprisals. The military is going to be coming after us. No, Liz Cheney, I think we're just ready to let you ride off into obscurity where you belong.
All right, we're going to wait for Donald Trump to come out. In the meantime, let's bring in our next panel of guests here. GOP strategist, attorney, John Jordan, and also columnist for the American Spectator, Jeffrey Lord. Great to see you both with us. John, can I ask you, what is your read on what's going on with the House, though? Because I just talked about something that, we may not know for a while if the Republicans control it, and what type of, that situation that could be setting up for Donald Trump, who we have now called as the winner of the presidential election.
Yeah, that's the next big story. Republicans are going to win the Senate probably with somewhere between 53 to 54 seats. They can move tax reform and fight through a reconciliation. The big issue is the House. And do you have a governing majority? Just having a 4 or 5 seat majority may not do it, because you've got a lot of members from these states that are going to push for SALT, which is state and local tax deduction, to try to modify the 2017 tax cut law. And Trump's got a lot of promises to keep with regard to overtime pay and tips, and all the while trying to deal with the deficit. So he needs to pad that, but there are a lot of races outstanding, especially out west. But he needs to have a big majority so that the speaker can crack the whip when need be and move some stuff through Congress without everybody being a diva.
A diva. Jeffrey, we called Pennsylvania, and that was the clinch for Donald Trump. It's a state you know very well. Your thoughts on where we are in this historic election, and really a new dawn for America, truly.
It is. And, you were talking about the comeback.
Not even Oprah Winfrey was able to save Kamala Harris.
That's remotely close to this was Richard Nixon, who lost a very close race for president in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, then decided to run for governor of California 2 years later, and he got absolutely wiped out. And everybody said, that's it, it's over. Well, of course, 6 years later, he came back and was elected president. But it is a rarity, and Donald Trump is going to hold this very unique position in American politics. And quickly now, things will change as he starts his agenda in progress.
Yeah, and it's realistic at this point to start talking about Donald Trump getting 300 electoral college votes. He has a lead now in Nevada and Arizona. If the leads hold in Michigan, that's not even with Wisconsin. I mean, if you put Wisconsin in that category as well, he could win as many as 312 electoral college votes, which would give him a mandate. And you still think about what are Democrats in the House if they win, John. I mean, how many impeachments are they going to try? The Band-Aid has been ripped off on impeachments. They're shameless about it. If the Democrats do win the House, how aggressive do you think they'll be if Donald Trump has a mandate, like 312 electoral college votes and a 54 or 56 seat, Republican majority in the Senate?
They just announced he will become the president
They'll go with
on Fox.
And you pass a lot of messaging bills to try to put their party.
They win in Wisconsin.
War inside the Democrat Party after something like
this. They've given him
Make
Wisconsin.
No mistake, but it's crucial that there be a Republican majority. Kevin McCarthy.
Oh yeah, baby.
He thinks they're going to keep the majority, but he has some concerns about how large. Remember, a 3 or 4 seat majority really makes it very difficult to pass complex legislation like tax cuts, because everybody can be a hero, everybody can be a holdout. So that's what I'm really worried about is in terms of the enactment of the Trump agenda.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Well, just see what they're saying. Come on,
oh
now.
Yeah,
talk to me.
He's at 277 now.
His first term in his term as president by the fact that he
And
didn't really
they've
know
given him
Washington.
Pennsylvania.
He was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in,
And they gave him North
and
Carolina.
He promises us that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very
He's
interesting to
still
see
winning the
kind of people
popular
he
vote
reaches
by
out to
by
and reaches
5
out to
million.
in this days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen all. You can see the joy on.
If
all
he
these
wins the
people's
remaining
faces.
states, I'll be off by 1. It'll be right in between our numbers. It'll be 312.
Huh.
How about that? We're some.
I want to high five you.
predictors.
God damn.
God damn.
Wait a minute. Okay, so I got 314.
I had a 3 at 11.
You're missing Alaska.
No,
You got Alaska?
I had Alaska.
Okay. You got the 3 electoral votes from Nebraska?
Oh, I see what happened. I still have 3. I put one for. I put one electoral vote out of the 4 for Harris in. What is that, Maine?
Yeah, she got Maine. She got one in Maine.
All of Maine?
Huh?
Did she get all of Maine?
No, she got one.
Oh, that's why I didn't mark him on the other 3. So I would have had 314.
So that's what I'm coming up with, 314.
So you and I had the same map, I think.
I think you're correct. It's a beautiful map. All of that red all over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we jettison Colorado because they're a bunch of pot-smoking fuck-ups.
Hippies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? New Mexico, they wanted open borders. By God, there you go. You just build the wall right up to the edge right there. El Paso.
Just let them into New Mexico and build the wall amongst all the other states.
See, that's it. In California, fuck them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Trey Gowdy, I'm just not a fan.
No, he's an idiot.
I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractors.
He did remarkable in New York.
Assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways
I think
return to
Trey Gowdy's drunk.
style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this.
He
But
probably
now
is.
He will take the stage tonight.
Yeah, the
as
popular vote,
next president
he's
of the United
still up
States,
5
and
million.
He will not be able to run again. Yeah.
For those living in California, it's time to move.
Potentially for President Trump.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on this transition.
We might see a couple wars come to an end by the end of the week.
You know what? I think you may be right. I think Putin will just stop what he's doing and we'll get our money back from Zelensky. How do we do that? We could open up.
We waterboard him.
No. I think Ukraine's beautiful. Ukraine is a gorgeous country. We could open up some resorts, put some Trump hotels, and golf courses.
What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for a consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I got
looking forward to reading
message
some of
Curly
those
and
stories.
tell him
Following a lot of
congratulations.
anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations. And
There you go.
Fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days.
Ooh.
I wonder what Joe Biden's going to say.
That as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education. I think
I don't
for
like him. He's a
people who have very high
dumbass.
passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And
Are we on YouTube as well?
Yeah,
still.
As a great
We haven't
country unless you have both
been
wings
blocked from
working
them
together.
yet.
Not
And,
everything's still running.
Trump tonight, I'm
Oh,
going to be
wow.
interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it.
We've been on for 5 hours, pal.
I hope and
I
pray
know.
for
Can
the
you
country
believe it?
tonight
5
that
hours,
President
13
Trump has
minutes,
every
19
right To be
seconds.
joyful, every right to
All right.
celebrate.
When the hell is Trump going to show up?
I don't know, but you know what? I think I'm good. I think I am.
Yeah?
I think I am good, brother.
You're going to call it a night and go have a couple swigs to celebrate?
I got a bottle of wine.
Oh,
It's
baby.
gonna go down easy, and this way I can actually wake up and take care of Ma.
Oh, there you go.
So,
There you go.
you know.
Well, we have a lot of things to look forward to.
Oh, brother, we do. We got a lot of things to just build upon this moment. It's going to be exciting. I'm excited.
It was a
for it.
fantastic. This was our best show of the year, I must say.
Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you, Jester, when you listen to this later. 5 hours. Couldn't have done it without
Yeah,
either
it was
one of you
surprised
guys.
he showed up. I mean, he doesn't show up to anything else.
I know, the fucker. I'm glad he showed up. But you know what? I'm gonna play us out with the new song.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, my brother. I'm feeling good. Yeah.
Oh,
As I lay my head to
It's
rest,
like fucking
Lord,
Christmas.
I pray that you
Exactly.
fix this mess. You see, it's getting way out of hand. Feels like everything is going crazy. This world is burning to the ground. People lost their ever loving mind. I'm just trying to find some common ground. Don't be surprised when I don't take a knee. Every life matters just the way it should be. In the home of the brave and the land of the free, God-given rights that come naturally. In the home of the brave and the land of the free. On my land I will stand firm. I'll sit here watching as your world burns. It's not as bad as you make it out to be. Yes, this world is gonna come to an end. Ain't nothing you can do to hurry it, my friend. They want you scared, defeated, afraid of them. Let me tell you one thing, friend. That's a fight you're never gonna win. In the home of the brave and the land of the free, we get our rights from God, you'll see. In the home of the brave and the land of the free. So let's build bridges. say, or they'll take your liberty. They keep trying to take away our guns and force the laws, but just for some, they stack the deck against us and do it just for fun. Well, that ain't gonna turn out right. Keep doing what you're doing if you're looking for a fight. In the home of the brave and the land
Me
of the
too.
free, God-given rights that come naturally. In the home of the brave and the land of the free. Not just words on a page, you see. Blood was spilled, so will always be. The home of the brave and the land of the free. And to my last breath, I'll defend your liberty.
I'm getting text messages from people that love the song.
Oh, nice.
Tell them I wrote it.
I'll sell it to you, brother.
Oh no, people want the song. One person said, fucking great song. Another person said, I need it for my playlist. Another one said, I want to blast it in my car.
As I lay my head to rest, Lord,
Thank
I
you,
pray
y'all.
that you fix this mess. You see, it's getting